No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites are coming. I don't
wrong? No. This is like having it on the post of our, we don't have it on the actual door post. We have it posted up somewhere where you can see it. So, no, it wasn't wrong. It wasn't wrong, but did you have to do it? No. I don't have to do it. I don't have to go, I don't have to literally write the laws out on my door to remember them. You see what I'm saying? Like, just like I don't have to wear fringes to remember not to commit adultery. These things are supposed to now start to be in us. I don't have to wear fringes like, oh man, that pork sandwich is calling me. Oh, damn. Well, my second fringe at the swine. You know, these things were as a reminder, but it was just showing you how was your household supposed to be established. Yeah, did you have to literally as soon as you rose up? Was it saying is like literally as soon as you rose up? And your son woke up and you were just like, and thou shalt not, and thou shalt, and thou shalt not, and thou shalt. No, remember, it was showing you that these are the things that you were supposed to raise your kids in. So instead of having to do thou shalt not, thou shalt, it was like, hey, we're all going to go see the priest today. And I'm going to show my children how to be brotherly. Like how we talked about earlier, when the whole family would go. They were learning the law in example, because a lot of it was oral, but a lot of it, they were seeing the law being done, right? So if I went to the priest with an offering, the kids were seeing like, why are you giving stuff to that man? Who's he? Oh, well, son, that's the priest. We got to take care of the priest because they don't have inheritance. We got this nice house. We got the farm. We got this. We got to bring things to them to show that love to the priest, the brotherhood, and to serve the Most High. You see that? That's you raising your children in the law, but it wasn't that you literally, when you rose up, from sun up to sundown, you were like, thou shalt not, thou shalt, but you were teaching them. You see that? No. Yeah.
I was just bringing and asking because it took me a lot of years to find this. You know,
Yeah.
It found me rather, but it took a lot of years and a lot of different religions that I was involved in.
Right.
To know, okay, I think this is real, you know.
Right.
And then when I found it, it was a matter of being sincere about what I wanted, you know, out of Christ and knowing the Most High.
And also, it wasn't one-sided,
Right.
where it was all bubble gums and cherries, right? There was a give and take with the Most High, where, okay, you give, the Most High gives. You cut up, you're going to understand now why the punishment, why the chastisement. You're going to feel these things and understand. There was a different level of understanding of, okay, wait a minute, what did I do? Every son that he received, he scourged. Well, damn, I got to get scourged, but God is love. Yeah, but that is love, right? Despise not now the chastity, right? So you got more of an understanding of why you went through certain things, why certain things were happening in life. And that's what made it not a religion. Because religion, you can just stop. You can just, I'm going to go do something else.
Yeah, that's basically what I
Yeah.
said. You know, okay, well, I've had enough of this, you know.
Yeah, right.
Where do I go?
Where do I go from here? Because there wasn't a fulfillment. It wasn't it wasn't answering the questions that you needed answered. It's a lot where you're like, oh, this can't be just some religion, right? And that's all it breaks down to is how were we living? How did Abraham live? How did Solomon live? You know, wisdom. How can wisdom be religion? Because that's all they used was wisdom. In Hebrew, they spoke a language. Israelite, that was a land they came from. He came from Israel. You know, when you even break down that whole thing, it's like they use wisdom. Solomon used the same thing Abraham used, same thing Isaac used, same thing Jacob used, same thing where we're trying to come back to. What is it that we're trying to really come back to? It's just wisdom, the wisdom of the Most High, right? That's why he says the wisdom of this world is foolishness with him. We're trying to use his wisdom. Are we back up?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay. Any other questions before we jump back? No? Go ahead, jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 12. I'm going to go back to verse 30. Take heed to thyself, that thou be not snared by following them. After that, they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how do these nations serve their gods? Even so, what I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God. For every abomination to the Most High, which he hated, have they done unto their gods. For even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods.
Right, and that's what that Psalms 106 and 35 goes into, how we caused our children to pass through the fire. That's what I was trying to get to on this. But yeah, you know, think about what you have to do to serve these gods. Like, think about it. You have to give up your firstborn to serve the Most High? Technically, yeah. But not in the way that the other gods had you do it, where you had to sacrifice them and shed their blood. Right? You gave up your firstborn to be a leader and to actually be honorable to the Most High, just like Samuel's mother, Hannah, right? She sacrificed him, but it wasn't like how the nations were sacrificing their children, literally throwing them on hot altars and hot stoves and burning them alive.
Catholic Church didn't want me
See?
because I had basically been excommunicated.
See? But that,
being a divorcee.
right, because they don't really look too kindly to that.
Yeah, they wouldn't even baptize or anything, so I got mad.
Wow. Damn.
So they wouldn't accept me.
Yeah. And but that's the thing, you know, to serve these gods, you know, where's the compassion for the widow, for the fatherless? Like all these things that the Bible say that they don't hold to. And that's how you know who's following the actual word. You know, going back, Barnabas and these men that were called Christians, regardless of anything, no matter what you want to say, they followed the word. They followed the word, literally, they followed the word. Right? The 12 apostles, they followed the word. And like you said, we follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. Where shall we go when you got the keys to life? You know, this is the mind state of, that was the mind state of those men. You know, yes, they were Israelites. Yes, they were Hebrews. I mean, they were Christians also, the real sense of the word. Go ahead, read on.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 32. What things soever I command you, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it.
That's
Revelation. Yeah.
That's in Revelations,
Yeah.
yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, that's how you know. We don't add or take away. We can't cherry pick this word.
Right.
We ain't doing what makes us feel good this day, and then we gonna roll with that. It's like what makes us feel good, what we don't like, what we kind of like, what we extremely love. We got to do it all. Lo, I come in the volume of the book. That's how you know that it is about a life, a lifestyle, a way of living, and not just, religion allows you to take away the things that don't feel good. Again, it's all about. Let's go here real quick. Go to Isaiah. Go to, is it Isaiah? I want, let's see here. Oh, gee. I am. I put this together last night. It's weird that we're talking about it now. I want, is it Isaiah? Pretty sure let's smooth things. It's Isaiah, right?
I think it'd be Jeremiah. That's kind of what Jeremiah is about.
Go to Isaiah 30 and 9.
Definitely wrong.
Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
That this is a rebellious people,
Go ahead.
lying children,
Read.
children that will not hear the law of the Most High,
Go ahead.
which say to the
They
seers,
say what?
say to the seers,
Go ahead.
see not,
Read.
and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us a right things.
Right. And if the children are saying it, why can they say that? Well, because the prophet don't want to prophesy the right things. He's already in the mind of, you know what? I got to do things for my gain. I got my agenda already, so I'm not going to see the wrong that you're doing. And I sure as hell ain't going to tell you. But what's the balance to this? Isaiah 58 and 1, right? Cry aloud, speak a lot. Show my people their transgressions. You see that? Where religion is like, nah, that's not politically correct. Right? We can't talk about that. We can't talk about homosexuality. We can't talk about what's happening in the black community. We can't talk about the women being kidnapped and the kids being raped and the sexual assault. Oh, no, it's taboo. Right? We can't talk about that stuff. But we'll talk about it up in here because the way our lives are going, the way of life that our people live, they're falling into these things. And the whole thing is to pull our people out of that way of life back into, like the scriptures say, he that wandereth from the wisdom walks in the congregation of the dead. That's Proverbs 21 and verse 16. We're trying to take our people out of the congregation of the dead. Go ahead, read on.
Speak unto us smooth things.
Wait, do what?
Speak unto us smooth
That's
things.
all our people want to hear in religion is the smooth things. And that's what our people are so used to. And that's why when you come with the some of the topics, think about some of the, just revert back in your minds to some of the topics we touched on. And I'm talking about, like, we've talked about molestation. We've talked about depression. We've talked about anxiety. We went into those, even the topics with the children. We go into those things, and what do? We point out the evils. We point out the balance. We try to give the balance. We try to be balanced, right? And not just one-sided. Oh, here's the smooth part of it, and the other part, that'll work itself out. No, here's the smooth part, but here's this rough-ass edge that's going to really hurt you. Here's this rough edge that if we don't show you how to avoid or to smooth that out, you're going to get hurt. Right. Where that's not always going on with our people. The drug abuse. Y'all know the topics we go into. It's not all, and that's why a lot of the times we get how come you guys don't talk about more, what do they say? How come we don't talk about more, what is it? Like
Good spiritual class.
Like more
Uplifting.
more uplifting. Well, it's all meant to uplift. If I'm pointing out that there's a negative spirit on you, it's not just to point it out and leave you hanging. It's to point it out and then help you get up out of that. That's what we try to do. So it's all meant to be uplifting. It's just how one takes. The whole Bible is meant to be uplifting. Correction is uplifting. But what happens when you're not getting that side, that correction side? You're going to be walking around thinking, oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm living the right way. See? Look. House, car, job, I'm good. I'm good. God knows my heart. I'm good. Right? I go to church. Right? I go to prayer meetings. I go to choir. Right? I'm good. But no one's showing you that balance. Go ahead.
Prophesy deceits.
Do what?
Prophesy deceits.
Then when they prophesy deceits, they don't tell you who you are according to the scriptures. They don't tell you who Christ was. They don't tell you who your forefathers were. They don't tell you any of it. They don't tell you to stop doing Christmas and New Year's and 4th of July and Easter and stop lying. They don't teach you that. They tell you, you know what? No, we'll have an Easter bunny egg hunt at the church. And then we'll have Christmas. And then we'll have Halloween too.
They do.
And while they got shrimp scampi in the back. They prophesy deceits, man. Go ahead.
They'll prophesy the deceit of saying, hey, if you spend this $100 on a prayer cloth,
read.
the Most High, God is gonna bless you with $1,000.
Yeah, if you sow that seed, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, if you sow the seed of $1,000, God is gonna bless you with $10,000.
Or I'm gonna blow the coronavirus out of America.
God.
What's his name? Copeland?
Yeah.
Kenneth Copeland. He was blowing he was blowing the coronavirus out of America. And like you said, the damn death toll tripled. Because he was blowing it right into the crowd. As soon as he did that, they prophesied deceits, man. Where we ain't gonna sit here and talk about blowing the coronavirus anywhere. We're like, you know what? Keep coming, Corona. Keep coming. Because when you go to Ezra's, when you go to Ezra's 15, when you go to 2nd Ezra's 15, 16, it tells you, I'm gonna send plagues and they can't be sent back. So we're like, oh, Rakatha Yahweh, this is the Lord.
That means it's not going to stop.
This is the Most High. Like, keep coming. Not, we're going to blow the coronavirus away. They prophesied deceits, man. Go ahead.
Verse 11. Get you out of the way. Turn aside out of the path.
Go ahead.
Cause the Holy One of Yasharallah to cease from before us.
Right.
Wherefore thus said the Holy One of Israel.
Wait, read that verse again.
Verse 11.
Right.
Get you out of the way.
Right. Get out the way. We don't want to hear it. Come on.
Turn aside out of the path.
Go ahead. But remember, Jeremiah said, look for the old path, the way that's good, to get rest. They're like, nah, we don't want that path. No, what? I got to change? Wait. I got to put down all the negatives that are destroying me? No, I'm comfortable. Go ahead.
Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us.
You see that? We don't want to deal with Yahweh Shai in his true form.
Right.
Because how does he come? Is he all love? Is God love?
Yes, he is.
Is Christ love?
Yes, he is.
Is he hate?
Yes, he is.
Is he anger?
Yes, he is.
Is he jealous?
Yes, he is.
Is he mad?
Yes, he is.
Right. So he can't just be love. He's not just a marshmallow. He's not the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Like, what the hell are we thinking? He's anger. He's hate. He's death. He's life. I kill. I heal. He's war. Right? He's everything. How can he be everything, omnipotent, but just one thing? The Most High omnipotent. He's in everything, but he's just love.
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't, right? But that's what our people want to hear. Prophesy deceits. God is love. God, my God don't hate. But what happens in Romans, your New Testament, when he said, for Jacob I've loved, Esau I've hated?
Right.
What happened when he said, I hate the wicked? When he said, I hate evil? Like, God does hate. What y'all talking? But you see my point? Why it is basic for us, obviously.
I hated all records of iniquity.
It's basic for us, but for the average Joe, they're like, no. And then when you show them, they're like, nah, I don't want that version of Christ. I want the Christ that comes with his hands open like this, and he got the orange glow around him, right? He got that aura, right? Looking like Rick James and and Dave Chappelle. Give it to me, baby, right? They want the Christ that's talking like this with his hands. And he got flowers in one hand. He got a lamb, a baby lamb in the other. Right? He got a toga on with no drawers underneath. That's the Christ they want. Where we know that's not the Christ. He said, "I'm a man of war." Right? You should, right? We got show enough, right? That's how he looked. We don't got. Remember in the movie Dogma with Chris Rock and Ben Affleck, and Chris Rock was Jesus, and he fell from the sky butt naked.
I think I remember that.
They want that butt naked Jesus. We don't want him. We don't want that guy. That soft Chris Rock Jesus eating fish and goat's milk. We don't want him. We want a strong, bold, caring, humble, loving, balanced, fair power that the scriptures say he was.
God.
Right? That's what the scriptures said he was, man. Finish that up and let's move back. Fishing, that's it. Eating fish and goat's milk. Fish and goat's milk. That's one of the funniest lines of that movie. Let's jump back, man. So you know, you're seeing that the religious aspect gets destroyed just in balance. Just in having balance in the Bible, the religious aspect is destroyed because there's an imbalance with religion. They get to pick and pull what they want and live by their own, you know, just the term, God knows my heart, and they use that to justify doing something wrong. That right there shows you the imbalance with religion. Like, well, Jesus knows my heart. Yeah. Right. Do you know his? And he definitely knows your heart. Jeremiah 17:9, right? It's wicked, it's desperately, it's evil, it's deceitful above all. He knows. But they use that, like, God knows my heart, as a justification to continue to do evil.
That's right.
That's how we understand that there's the difference with religion and the difference with the life that we live. God does know our heart. He knows that we're going to make mistakes and just, fail, fall 7 times. He knows that, yes, the heart is desperately wicked, but we're fighting. The ones that are, you know. Next reader.
Yeah.
What? What happened? What happened? Oh, man.
Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 1. If there arise among you a prophet,
Ooh, damn. Go ahead.
or a dreamer
Must be prophet season.
of dreams,
Read.
and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not,
Thou shalt what? Right.
hearken unto the words of that prophet.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of these people out here are dreaming. Your local politician, he's in a daze. Trump and Biden, they're in a daze, man. They dreaming these dreams for you. He said, don't hearken to them. They prophesy things to you. What? Oh, we're going to give you this and we're going to give you that, and if you vote for me, this will happen. They're dreaming, man. Because think about it. Name one thing that any politician has really ever done when he said he promised some type of thing for the black community that really affected us in a good way. Besides what? But
Government phone.
the government phone. First of all, the battery lasts like 2 minutes on that thing. No, it's probably a good phone, huh? Look, he about to go in.
Hey, check it out. I had mine for 9 years.
Really?
Ain't never had it.
That's the Obama phone, right?
Ain't
The
never
Obama
had
phone. Damn, too bad the
it. Hey, never
healthcare.
had to take it back to the store.
Too bad the healthcare didn't match up to that.
I charged it up one time and it lasted for 3-4 days.
I believe it. 50 minutes. 50 government minutes. They get to listen to everything. That's why it works so good. They want to make sure that battery is good so they can hear what they talking about.
That's right.
Nah, I'm joking, but you know, you just gotta look at it, man. These nations are dreaming up and conjuring up all these things for us. All these pastors are conjuring up things for us. You know, Martin Luther King conjured up a dream.
I was going to ask that right now. This is
Oh.
this strictly from here because it says I dreamed a dream. You must have read it from the Bible to even bring that out.
Like
Or maybe he didn't. When did? Listen, ask yourself this. His name was what?
Oh, right.
Dr. what? Dr. Was it Pastor King? His daddy was the pastor.
That wasn't even his real name.
He didn't go to the Bible.
His name was William.
He didn't go to the Bible to bring about his message. Because if he did, he would have known that the things that he was dreaming was wrong. Though they join hand in hand, the wicked shall not go unpunished. What was his dream? I have a dream that one day your little black baby can sit and hold hands with your little white baby. Wasn't that? I mean, I know I just butchered his whole dream, but wasn't that the gist of
That's
it?
what it was about.
I have a dream that we can sit together and drink at the same water fountain.
Right.
But think about his dream. His dream got you into a transgender bathroom.
Yeah.
His dream got you. They're about to start teaching homosexuality in schools.
Already started, eh?
Yeah, in some places. Like, that's curriculum. That's where his dream got us. Right?
Where in Texas, you weren't a slave. You weren't brought over here as slaves. They already did that. When they took out slavery out of the history books.
Oh yeah, we were indentured servants.
You seen that
Really?
your kid's book called KBC?
I seen it. The brother, Kahan got that.
Yeah.
Kahan got the book. The brother,
Light of Zion.
Light of Zion, yeah, he brings that book out. It's called the Gay BCs, and it go, A B C D E, but everything is a homosexual, like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what A stands for in the homosexual terminology, but B is probably more than likely for bisexual. G was for I forget, but it's an actual kids book, Gay BCs, and they homosexual terminology. So this dream, I mean, think about it. Because you brought up Martin Luther King. Think about his dream. I have a dream, right? Was his dream biblical? Did it coincide with anything that the Bible said? Because what was his dream? The fundamentals of his dream was what?
For everybody to be coincide together.
What's the word?
Equality.
Okay, so let's go to Deuteronomy real quick. 7, right? Let's go to Deuteronomy 7 and 6. So if Dr. Martin Luther King's dream, I have a dream for equality. We can all drink at the same water fountain and be fine. We could all be segregated, or no, not segregated, integrated into the same schooling system and do the same things and be equal. Was his dream biblical?
Blah.
Deuteronomy 7 and 6, and I'll let you
Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 6.
read.
For thou art a holy people.
Right, so he was speaking to Israel. Go ahead, so-called blacks, Hispanics, natives. Go ahead.
Unto the Lord thy God.
Right, so we were the holy people, not the world. Read.
The Lord thy God has chosen thee
Right.
to be a special people.
No, he chose the world.
To be a special
He
people
said he chose us. Go ahead.
unto himself
Read.
above all people.
Wait. Equally.
All people.
Same playing field.
All people.
Equal pay.
All people.
Equal rights and justice for all.
All people.
Integration.
All people.
Go ahead.
That are upon the face of the earth.
Right. He chose us to be above all people, right? Where's the other one when he separated the sons of Adam?
Deuteronomy 32, 33,
Go to Deuteronomy 32 real quick.
33. Deuteronomy 32 and 8. Yeah.
32 and verse 8. Go there.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 8.
Verse 7.
Verse 7.
Read.
Remember the days of old.
He said, remember the days of old. Remember, the things are written aforetime are written for our learning. Romans 15 and verse 4. So remember the days of old. We're in Deuteronomy. This is Moses telling them to remember the days of old. Go all the way back to Adam.
Right.
Read.
Consider the years of many generations.
Because their old times would be Adam. Go ahead.
Ask thy father,
Right.
and he will show thee.
Go ahead.
Thy elders,
Right.
and they will tell thee.
And what did they say? Go ahead.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance.
No, he put all the nations together.
Divided to the nations their inheritance.
No, he made it one big melting pot.
Divided to the nations their inheritance.
Go ahead.
When he separated the sons of Adam.
So was Martin Luther King's dream according to the Bible? So he could have read all he wanted, but the things that came out of his mouth weren't in accordance.
That's right.
The Most High said he separated the sons of Adam. He didn't integrate us. The Most High didn't believe in that. Why? All through the Deuteronomy that we've been reading, his whole thing was get in the land, wipe them out, and don't follow them. Right? Think about any people. Any people are going to be curious to something that they haven't seen or not familiar with. Think about it, man. You be driving down the street and you see a car accident. What do? You slow down and try to look, right? Because you're curious. Man, I wonder what happened. I wonder how bad it was. I wonder if anybody got hurt. I want to see something gruesome. I don't want to see anything gruesome.
Anybody I know.
Right, anybody I know. Right, all these things are curiosity. That's just in human nature. So he separated us from the beginning regardless. The nations were round about. We had our own land, which was the garden. That was all the way in the beginning. Right? The trees in the midst of the garden, they were circled around. They weren't just up with us kicking it. And we controlled everything then. When we had our most prosperity with Solomon, when we had the most prosperity, 40 years of peace with Solomon, were we integrated with the nations? No, we weren't. We weren't integrated with the nations. They had to come to us for what they needed. And if we needed something, we went to them. But they weren't just living in the kingdom with Solomon, Hiram and all these nations, Queen of Sheba. Queen of Sheba had to come from her land to visit Solomon.
Right.
So what does that tell you? We were separate. Right? Go ahead. What's that?
Somebody give me Exodus chapter 33, verse 16.
What's up, Sammy?
No, I'm on him. I hear one too.
Oh, y'all sharp.
Yeah,
Okay,
good one.
get him. Get him. Get it.
33 and 16.
Exodus chapter 33, verse 16.
Go ahead.
For wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight?
Go ahead.
It is not in that thou goest with us, so shall we be separate.
So shall we what?
Be separate,
Go ahead.
I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth.
Most High created us to be separate from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. Samuel, you have one?
But then no, get yours. But it does. But think about it. Psalms 106 and 35. Mingled amongst the people. Mingled amongst the heathen, and learn their works. So now you're understanding. Martin Luther King wanted us to be mingled amongst the people, and what happened? We learned their works. We learned their works. Samakaya.
He was a great follower in Mahatma Gandhi's civil disobedience. Mahatma Gandhi did not like us Indians.
Right, Gandhi. Oh yeah, he was into slavery.
Yeah, he was all into that. So for him to follow after this foreign guy, Indian
Yeah.
guy, he just picked up his philosophy.
Yeah.
And brought it over here. And then you had the opposite side of the spectrum with
Malcolm, by any means necessary.
Yeah, by any means
Yeah.
necessary. So those were our who were our leaders during that time. He didn't polarize it.
And what was Malcolm on though? He was on that extremist
Yes.
Islamic radicalism.
They were devils.
Yeah.
All white folks were
They-
devils.
Right.
That was that. So Martin wanted us to mix
At least he wasn't lying.
all together.
You lie about that.
So we didn't have much choice. I was a follower of Martin, okay?
Right.
Because I didn't know any better. And
Right.
he was kind of pushed in the Catholic schools and everything.
Because of his peace.
His peace, we shall overcome. We have done the worst.
We shall
And, but then we learned later about what plane he was really on,
Yeah.
and that even he regretted some of the stuff that he was,
He said it. I fear I've integrated my people into a burning house. think about it. When you sit back and you look at who he was trying to attach us to, the scriptures say that Esau is the vilest man on the earth. Job said he wouldn't even let his dogs lay with them. But Martin Luther King was like, go drink water from their fountain. Go use their restrooms where they don't have the decency to put stalls in half their bathrooms. It's just a trough, and you pee into that. They don't have the decency to put up the stall, the privacy things in half their bathrooms. Yep. Or damn, even some seat covers. Jeez. I can't get no seat covers, bro. They bear back everything, man. But that's that vile man of the earth. They eat anything, they drink anything, they lay with anything. But think about it. And you know, this ain't about Martin Luther King. He's an example, right? We use him as an example. You know, it's not about bashing him, because he did some good things, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't that bad of a guy. You know, he had his infidelity issues and things like that. But the Bible, the truth is the truth, right? The scriptures is the scriptures, and his message, no matter how peaceful and no matter how much we were going to overcome, it was not synonymous with the scriptures. It did not go accordingly, and that's why when you go back to Deuteronomy, he said it, if this dream don't come true, don't follow that prophet. So we know, in hindsight being 2020, I hate that, because we're supposed to have judgment in the moment, not judging things 20, 30, 40, 50 years back like, oh man, Martin Luther King was wrong. We're supposed to have proper judgment. That's the spirit, being able to judge in the moment, not 50 years later. So that hindsight 2020, that's another thing where they feed you that and make you to kind of appease bad decisions. You got to see it, man. That's not even biblical. Hindsight 2020, that ain't biblical. Righteous judgment in the moment is biblical. Yahushua stoned the woman that was brought in adultery. He hit her with the stone first, and then 20 years later, he going like, "Damn, I should have never hit her with that stone. Should have hit him with the he without sin." Right? The hindsight wouldn't have worked there. Right? He thought in the moment, but you know, hindsight being 2020, because you get to see things clearly down the line. We see that his message, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, those three, their message, I mean, listen, the Black Panthers, Huey P. Newton, there was a lot of them, man. Shakur, huh?
We looked on them like a savior, and that's why they couldn't
Yeah.
stay here.
Yeah.
John Kennedy, all of them.
Yeah, the Ken.
You name them.
Oh my gosh.
Because we made gods out of them. They were going to save us. They weren't intended to save us. They were supposed to do one specific thing
Yeah.
and get off the platform.
Yeah, and you're right. We turn them into gods. We put them on this pedestal, and the scripture said, "No man shall save you." We looked at them as saviors. Yeah, she said John Kennedy. He was the first black president, right? No, I know. He wasn't. No. You know, the Kennedys, because they try to say like Kennedy was like more black, like he was more for black people than Clinton.
Right.
And he wasn't. They didn't give a damn. Kennedy wasn't, they didn't give a damn. Reagan, they didn't care. You know, so, you know, again, it's not about these men. What was their message, and did their message line up? Again, religion versus the truth. These men were in religion, they have religious practices, but were they bringing forth the truth to the people? No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I had to look it up. But the preacher before Martin Luther King, his name was Vernon Johns. And James Earl Jones had did a movie about his story.
Okay.
But the board had got together and voted him out and moved Martin Luther King in because they didn't like his message. He was teaching blacks that we needed to be independent.
Oh yeah, from them,
and
right?
It was like a collective thing to put Martin Luther King in his place.
Because he pushed that agenda.
Yeah.
He pushed that agenda of being equal. He pushed that agenda that, if we get the black man equal or next to the white man, because was it really still about us being equal with them? They, in their minds, they know we'll never be their equal. In their minds.
That's when we lost all our ability.
Oh, joining, right? Because they
a lot of black business when Martin Luther King was doing all that marching and stuff.
right, the riots and all that.
They were together, when you say come together with them, that's when everybody wants to spend their money with slave master and not support their own people.
Right, right,
That's how they lost their businesses.
right. That's how the businesses went under. That black business. It was booming back in like the '60s. We had black communities. That's when they wiped out. Listen, if you look at Martin Luther King and his push for equality, that drove out at that time, the late '60s. You did have black people that was rising up, and what was that doing? The man, how was the man looking at that? He wasn't looking too kindly at that. And what was one of the main, that the black family was kind of real prominent back then. The black family, back in Dr. King's time, the '60s, late '60s, late '50s, the black family was kind of on the rise. That middle class. Why? We was living out there in Gary, Indiana, Detroit, in those places that had what do you call it? Not a, when you go trade, you were able to go, right. You learned a trade. Back in them days, you could go be a plumber in high school. That's what I'm saying.
One more thing, like in 31 area, like by Gregor Bayou, that's where all the black doctors and lawyers used to stay.
Okay.
They had their own bank,
right.
Their own hospital and everything.
So you seen some things.
Riverside.
Right, you seen some things.
Right, Riverside, right.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Third ward, back in like the Kimley home.
Right.
Where they had the 150, I used to stay up and down. They did.
It was a buzzing black community, basically.
Yeah.
Doctors and lawyers.
I live that too.
Hospital, bank.
I know what you're talking about.
They had hospital, bank.
Yeah, Riverside.
Yeah.
Bro, you'd be hard pressed to go find you a black bank.
Yeah.
A black bank?
Riverside.
That black people actually go use?
Yeah, it's still there on
They like, nigga, y'all got enough money to support? Like, what if we get robbed? Y'all FDIC insured, like.
But like I said, in 31 area, one of the black lawyers and black doctors. When you see all them pretty homes there,
Right.
they just like crap.
That's what it
Back
was.
then, that's who was buying all the homes.
Black folks.
Yeah, black people used to live.
Yeah, but
All
see,
doctors and lawyers
but-
and principal school, teachers, principals.
right.
Right.
And also men and women that worked in factory workers. Think about it. Like he was saying, you go to high school, you can learn how to be a plumber, electrician, a HVAC, mason, woodworker, mechanic. All these, and they start moving that out of the schools because why?
So they can charge you for it.
They can charge you for it, but that's how you lower the black. That's how they lower the black economy. You take out the trade and make a person have to go to school for these things, and he can't afford it. Now all of a sudden his economical, right, right, and you move down. Your economic status goes from middle class, middle upper. Remember when it was a middle class? Remember when it was an actual middle class? Now you got broke and broker. Oh, and my bad, rich and extremely rich. You got extremely rich, billions, 1%. Then you got rich, 100,000aires, and then you got broke niggas, and then broker, right? And then bottom of the barrel, poor. Those are the statuses where before you had rich, you had you always had the super rich elite. Then you had rich. You had upper middle class. You had middle class, lower middle class, and then you had poor people that weren't really that poor. They weren't. There was a time when poor people, it was like poor now is a lot different than what it was
Back then.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. 70 years, 80 years, 100 years?
Poor people still got cell phones.
Huh?
Poor people still got cell phones.
Yeah. A lot of our people ain't really poor, or they just broke and they make bad decisions. Bad decision making, We spent a lot of money.
Kershaw beat our
Kershaw beat our basket and store, and we don't know where to put our money. But just back on that Dr. King, you got to see that his message did spark Martin Luther King, the Black Panthers. It did spark the rising of the black man, and to mitigate that, let's wipe them out and wipe out what propels anything, what keeps anything going, money. How do we take out the financial aspect of the black man rising? But we take away his ability to make money. Now you can't go be a plumber. You can't go be you can't go to school, high school, to go be a plumber. Imagine any one of us going and learning how to be a plumber in high school. I was fortunate enough, and obviously if I was fortunate enough, that means that some of y'all in here were. But in New York, they got a whole school that was all about. They got a school out there called automotive. That was a whole school. It was called automotive. It was something automotive. It was a high school that was dedicated on learning how to be a mechanic. I remember my cousin would come home from high school with like little wooden projects. He'd have wood shop.
Yeah.
You can't find no wood shop inside of no high school.
Oh yeah, I had wood shop.
Or you had home economics, right? Home ec. I learned how to cook, sew, right? Then I perfected my skills.
Take care of a baby.
I learned how to take care. Listen, I had the baby, and people were surprised. Like they thought I was gonna pawn my baby off on chicks, right? And I kind of did. Like, here, take care of this baby. Don't make him cry. I did it sometimes, but I passed that class. They were surprised. They thought I was gonna be just real neglectful. Yeah, I just wasn't in high school. You weren't thinking about no baby, but I took it because I wanted to see what it was about. But I already had the skills in me. I took care of my little sister, man. She was younger than me, so I had some skills in me to take care of kids. But the point is, a lot of these things have been taken away. Why? Because if we don't give you the ability to earn and to support your family, who are you going to have to depend on anyway? The same people the attachment wasn't to be equal. The attachment was to further the dependence, right? Moreover, these curses shall pursue you and overtake you. So you don't hearken, you have to go to your enemies in the one of all things. Drink, food, got it, right? Right. So, going back to Deuteronomy. Next reader?
No,
You got a scripture? Go ahead.
It was just one I was going to give what you speak about earlier, Amos 3 and 2.
You said what?
Amos chapter 3, verse 2.
Go to it. I'm on the...
Amos chapter 3, verse 2,
We
it
all
says, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
Right. Go ahead.
Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Right. I will punish you for your iniquities. And that's why, going right back to that Deuteronomy 4:7, Deuteronomy 32 and 8, the Most High knew us. He dealt with us. He didn't deal with the whole earth. You go to 2nd Ezra, he said the heathen were counted as spittle and dung and dirt. All right? Let's call up the next reader. Two more what?
Too much scripture.
Oh, go ahead. Finish it up.
Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 3. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams.
Right.
For the Lord your God proveth you,
Right.
to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Ye shall walk after the Lord your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments,
Right.
and obey his voice. And ye shall serve him,
Not the
and,
dreamer. Go
and
ahead.
cleave unto him.
Right.
And that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams,
Read.
shall be put to death.
He shall be what?
Shall be put to death.
Martin Luther King what?
Shall be put to death.
Malcolm X?
Shall be put to death.
Huey P. Newton?
Shall be put to
They
death.
didn't just die.
Eddie Long.
Shall be put to
They
death.
didn't just die.
They got put to death.
They ran up in Huey P. Newton's house and killed him.
Yeah.
They ran up, they shot Malcolm X in the theater, ran up and put the whole shotgun in him.
Come.
Martin Luther King, they went and killed him.
Come.
The Most High sent that angel out, that death angel.
Right.
It ain't no coincidence, man.
It did the same thing to Pancho Villa, Emilio Zapata.
Oh, so you talking about
Cesar
like
Chavez,
Issachar's
yeah.
the same aspect, because Issachar, Pancho Villa, right? Cesar, Viva la Revolucion,
There you go.
right?
Well, they
Castro. Castro was he was down with
Yeah.
with Viva la Revolucion. They worked together. So yeah, no matter what, I'm glad you brought that out, because no matter what, no matter where our people were, what language they spoke, they tried to heap to themselves some type of leadership, some type of dreamer, some type of person that was like, I'm gonna save you from this condition. And what happened? They were executed, man, guerrilla style or long range. It's crazy. It's crazy. The Most High, he ain't playing. He ain't joking, man.
Right.
I mean, you got to ask yourself, how come he didn't put Christ to death in that way? He did, but after he accomplished his mission, right? And are we going off of Martin Luther King's teachings? Malcolm X? Where's their book at? Where's their comforter? Where we following the words of Christ.
Right.
You see that? So, yeah, Yahweh Shai was put to death, but after he accomplished the purpose, and even he didn't save us at that time. He didn't save us and pull us out of our condition. If anything, it got worse. After his death, Yahweh Shai was hung. Bro, life for us got worse. We lost. That's when we lost everything. Y'all see that?
That's right.
Go ahead.
The dreamer and that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death.
Right.
Because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God.
He does what?
Because he has spoken to turn you away.
Because Malcolm X was trying to pull everybody to Islam. Martin Luther King was trying to pull everybody into whatever his form of Christianity was.
And Marcus Garvey was Rasta.
Garvey was trying to pull everybody back to Africa.
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism, right? He got boats. Let's go back to Africa. Let's go be with the Africans. Marcus Garvey, how did he die? He died of like age and disease, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. I think he died of. He got exiled to London or Europe. I think he died. Or was it Jamaica that he went to? He got sent back to Jamaica. But remember, just because he got sent to Jamaica, I think he went back to Europe. I think he went and lived his life out in Europe and died over there. I think he died of a disease. I might be wrong. There it is. He had a stroke. He had 2 strokes. Yeah, so the Most High sent it for him. He died in London, right. But he's Jamaican, but remember, Jamaicans go to London and they live out there. I got family out there in London and England. We done?
In the last part it says, because he had spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put the evil away from the midst of thee.
Amen. Amen. Thanks, reader. It ain't personal. You got it? You got it? Sounds like you're blowing away the coronavirus. That sounds like the coronavirus. Watch me.
I was doing good, man. I don't know what happened.
Move that. Your glasses.
Ricardo, Shabbat Shah, Yeshikar, Ban Yeshala.
Ricardo, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Imadim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
It's like he's blowing the coronavirus away. Okay. Yeah. I got those, yeah, go out. Yeah, it definitely ain't personal. It's definitely biblical. You know, you also got to ask yourself, why is it those men that they always push on us in school, as you know, on your February Black what is it? Black History Month?
Yep.
They always want to teach you about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. They never want to teach you about Moses, or David, or Solomon, or Christ.
14 verse 6.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 13, verse 6. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is as thine own soul, entice thee secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers. Verse 7, namely, of the gods of the people which are round about you, nigh unto thee, or far off from thee, from the one end of the earth, even unto the other end of the earth. Thou shalt not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shall thy eye pity him, neither shalt thou spare, neither shalt thou conceal him, but thou shalt surely kill him. Thy hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people.
Let me ask y'all a question. Why do y'all think the Most High was like, don't spare him, don't pity him, don't conceal him, but get rid of him? What's up?
If you left them alive, because they left them alive, that's why we're in this position now.
Exactly. Because certain of them were left alive, so it just spread it. So instead of just getting rid of them and getting that plague away, getting that spirit away, that spirit ends up staying, and that spirit is there to multiply. It's just like the homosexual agenda. Why did the Most High say to get rid of them? To just go ahead and kill them. Why? Because it was going to multiply. And you see that that's what they do now. Like their big push on the whole homosexual agenda is just multiply it. Multiply it as much as they can.
And it's not even just homosexuality. Think about a rapist. He said a rapist was supposed to be put to death because that mind state, it will spread. A man that slept with an animal, get rid of that man and the animal.
God.
Right? Because that mind state,
it's like
start showing people how to sleep with animals. Get
it's
them
like
out of here.
the scripture talks about if you have a harlot, that you're supposed to get rid of the harlot because the land gets polluted. And that's what happens with all these sins, man. The land gets polluted. And by the land, the people in the land, they start getting polluted by that. And it just starts spreading. Spirit jump like frogs. So it just starts multiplying.
Y'all read verse 9 already?
God, we just stopped at verse 9.
Yeah, he said, but thou shalt surely kill him. Meaning, don't take it personal. See, we didn't do it because we took things personal. We looked at the relationship more than, the relationship with, oh, that's my mama, that's my daddy. Ain't that what the world teaches us today to do? Look more at your mom and your dad and your uncles and your brother and your sister and less at the Most High?
God.
Well, why you got to go do that? Because the Most High said so. But I'm your mom. So? Who gives a damn? You're right. You birthed me. You carried me. Thank you. Right? Think about it. When they went to the Passover and Yahushua dipped off from them and they left a day and then turned back, and what did Mary say? She said, why'd you do this to us? He said, I'd be about my Father's business. Did that mean that he loved his mother any less?
Not at all.
No, or loved his daddy any less? No, but his mind wasn't set on what their emotions were about. His mind was set on what the Most High's will was. And that's how we got a mission. We got a mission to try to, we can't get them right, but to try to help get our people on the right path. And because you're on a mission doesn't mean that you love your family less. We got to understand that. Wives and you mothers and you daughters, you got to understand that. You sons, because your husband is busy or your son is busy or your brother, it don't mean that they love you less because they're not indulging you in the time. It's not they love you less. They be about, let's go there real quick. I'm saying it. So I'm not making it up. See, these are the things that you won't get in church. You know what's crazy? Who sent it? Someone sent a picture, and it was all these black men, and they had these black shirts on with the white writing, and it said, man, it says something about like your wife. It says like love her. They all had the same shirt.
Oh, yeah, I said that.
And it said, what did it say? It says like
Yeah, it was like it was a group of black men,
right?
And then that's like on like a podium type deal, and then at the bottom of the stairs was a woman, and they were all gathered together, and each shirt said, like, one was like love her, another one said cherish her, another one said obey her,
right?
Another
right.
one like honor her,
right? But not one of them shirts said correct her.
No.
Not one of them shirts said teach her. Right? Now, one of them shirts gave you the balance of that relationship. And that's what I was pointing out, the balance, man. The balance got to be there, or else. There it is. Go to Luke 2:49. Go to Luke.
Luke chapter 2, verse 49.
Right? No, go read up. Let's read up. Read to verse.
Did it change the pass?
40.
46?
Yeah, read that.
40 or 46?
Read 40.
40.
6. 46. I'm sorry.
Luke chapter 2, verse 46.
Right?
And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple.
Right. So they went up to let's see here, verse 2. They went up to go be taxed. Right? They went up to go be taxed. Go deal with Caesar. They went from Galilee to Judea into Bethlehem to go be taxed. They're coming back now. So on the third day, go ahead.
Sitting in the midst of the doctors.
Oh no, we gotta read up. I'm
okay.
sorry.
Verse 40.
Let's read verse 40. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Luke chapter 2, verse 40. And the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, filled with wisdom.
Right.
And the grace of the Most High was upon him.
Go ahead.
Now his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover.
Right, it was the Passover. Go ahead.
And when he was 12 years old, he went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast.
Right, so this scripture right here tells us a few things. That Yahweh's birthday was around the Passover. Right, so he wasn't born December 25th. That's a lie. He was born more April, late March, early April, around that time of the Passover, time of the feast. Go ahead.
And when they had fulfilled the days as they returned,
right,
then the child Yahushua tarried behind in Jerusalem.
So Yahushua stayed in Jerusalem. The feast was how many days? Feast of Passover. Come on.
7 days.
Right, plus the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? The Passover and the unleavened bread, that's 8 days. Go ahead.
And Joseph and his mother knew not of it.
Right.
But they, supposing him to have been in the company, went a day's journey.
Right, so they went a whole day thinking that Christ was with them. Go ahead.
And they sought him among their kinsfolk and acquaintances.
Right, so they went with their whole family out to this feast and their acquaintances. They sought him within the family. Maybe he's with Uncle such and such. Maybe he's with cousin such and such. Oh, maybe he's with Elizabeth. Cousin Elizabeth, right? Nope, go ahead.
And when they found him not, they turned back again to Jerusalem.
Right.
Seeking him. And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors.
Right.
Both hearing them and asking them questions.
Come on.
And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us?
Don't you love me? But you're my baby. I birthed you. I could take you. I put you in the world. I could take you out. I'm gonna give you all those little sayings that mothers love to say when they feel slighted by their children. Oh, you don't love me. Oh, this. Oh, that. That's what she was on. Go ahead.
Both thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. And he said unto them,
Right.
How is it that ye sought me?
Yeah, what you looking for me for? You didn't know? You didn't know I was busy? You don't see what I'm doing? You don't see me sitting here with these doctors and lawyers having a conversation? Teaching and being taught? Go ahead.
Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business?
You don't know I'm supposed to be about my father's business? And he was showing them that personal, like, did he hate his mom?
Nah.
Nah, he didn't hate his mother. Did he hate his father? No, he didn't hate his father. Did he dishonor them? No, not in any way. He actually honored his father and his mother by doing what he did. But most importantly, he didn't let his personal connection with them override the will of the Most High. Think about it, he was 12 years old. How many 12-year-olds could you even unleash into the world and they ready to run back home? 3 days they lost, they can't. Think about it. 12-year-old can't barely even cook for themselves, let alone find food in the world. They didn't say he was starving, dead for hunger, crying for his mama, I need shelter. He figured it out at 12. Where the average 12-year-old is trying to get home to play some Fortnite and to eat mama's home cooking. His mind, bro, was on a whole different level. Whole different understanding. And what did his mom do? Read verse 50.
And they understood not the saying which he spake unto them.
Go ahead.
And he went down with them and came to Nazareth.
Right.
And was subject unto them.
Go ahead, because they were his parents. So he left with them. No, you ain't there yet. Come on, you gotta roll. He said he was subject to them. Right. But what did Mary do? Go ahead.
But his mother kept all these sayings in her heart.
Yeah, she held on to the thoughts. Like, wait a minute, what's going on with this? What's going on with my boy? I be about my father's business. Right. Huh? That's weird. You see, so no matter what, he still had respect for his parents. He still followed his parents. But the personal relationship did not override. And they didn't understand us. They would have did what? They would have just left him there. Right. He came back with them. They didn't get it. They understood what he was saying. They would have been, oh, okay, Most High, you know what? Go ahead and do that. Now, us as adults and you know, we understand what the mission is. It's up to the ones around us to understand what the mission is and know that we can't be wrapped up in our parents right now. Right. You can't be wrapped up in your children. You can't be wrapped up in your family. Like, that's not right now is not the time. Right now is the time to help family and everybody try to get right with the Most High. Right. If you ain't trying to do that, then there's no point in being wrapped up in you. Right. What's that?
I got one that can kind of piggyback with it.
Yes, you do. You have many.
Yes. Matthew chapter 12 and verse 46.
Yes, sir. Read it.
Matthew chapter 12 and verse 46. While he yet talked with the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him.
Go ahead.
Then one said unto him, behold, thy mother and thy brother stand without, desiring to speak with thee.
Right.
But he answered and said unto them, and said unto them that hold him, who is my mother?
So he didn't know who his mama was? Go ahead.
And who are my brothers?
He didn't know who his brothers were? He didn't grow up with them? He didn't know who gave birth to him? Go ahead.
He stretched forth his hand toward his disciples and said, behold, my mother and my brother.
He called who his mother and his brother?
And he stretched forth his hands towards his disciples and said, behold, my mother and my brother.
Go ahead.
Whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven.
Go ahead.
This same is my brother and my sister and mother.
Right. So did he hate his mom? No. Did he disrespect his mom? No. He put his agenda, the will of the Most High, first. And he put it all into, he had it in perspective, man. That's it. You got to put things in more perspective. Again, having a relationship with your parents, nothing wrong. But he said, whosoever do the will of my Father, that's my mother, that's my brother.
Also, there's one in Luke chapter 14, verse 26.
Read it.
It says, if any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
And we know that that wasn't a real hate, like, oh, you got to hate them. Because he didn't hate his mother and his father and his brothers. But they were on the back burner. They were on the back burner to the will of the Most High. What was the one you went to, Shadok?
It was Matthew chapter 12, verse 14 on down. I mean, not 14, but 46 on down.
Matt, can I go on too?
Is it gonna say the same exact thing that
Nope.
was? Okay, go ahead.
It's Matthew chapter 16, verse 25. It's different. No, Matthew's 16 and 25.
15.
16. Matthew chapter 16, verse 25.
Matthew chapter 16, verse 25.
Yes, sir.
Whosoever will have his life shall lose it.
Hold on, read it again.
For whosoever will save his life,
Go ahead.
Salakia, shall lose it.
Go ahead.
And whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it.
Because that's how it is. Like whatever it is that has that pull and that hold on you, when it comes to doing the gospel and following Yahweh Shai, if that has a pull on you and you put it over, then yeah, you're gonna lose that. That's just how it is. But if you put the gospel first at all times, then you will always have it. It'll always be there with you.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh, a very good point in this Luke. I know we go through it a lot, but very good point.
Yeah.
When Mary called Joseph Yahweh Shai's father, right? For those that believe in immaculate deception.
Oh, there's another point too.
For those that believe in the immaculate deception that the Holy Ghost impregnated Mary, she said it out of her own mouth, "Behold thy father, and I seek you." If Joseph wasn't his father, she would have been lying right here. Lying.
And then when he said, "I be about my father's business," then
she was like, "What?"
Yeah, and he was like, "What? Like, what are you
Yeah.
talking about?" He's like, she's looking at him like, "What business are you about, Joseph?" When you look at verse 50,
And
it says, "And they understood not
Right.
the saying which he spake unto them." So if Yahweh Shai was impregnated, if Mary was impregnated by a spirit, like they say, right? And she knew this, and he knew this because the angel came to both of them in a dream. They both knew this. When he said that I be about my father's business, then they would have understood.
They'd have been like, "Oh, Gabriel? What business Gabriel got?"
Yeah.
Right? Didn't Gabriel come to both of them?
Gone.
Right? Gabriel sent you on a message, on a mission?
Yep.
What mission did he send you on? Okay, we get it. Gabriel sent you? Oh, well, we got to follow Gabriel because when he came to us, he told us what was going to happen.
Gone.
Right? But they didn't understand what he was saying. I be about my father's business. Like, bro, your father's standing right in front of you.
Exactly.
Right? They didn't understand he was speaking about the Most High.
That's why they were confused.
That's why they were confused. So, just more, a little bit of tidbits that the Bible provides without going all crazy, without digging deep. It's right here. Right here for you, man. Read on. Good point, Dawiyah Tawada.
So back at Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 10. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 10. And thou shalt stone him with stones that he die, because he hath sought to thrust thee away from the Most High, thy power, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
And that you should take personally. You know when that one person comes to you, they got all the people in the world they can go to, but they go to you.
Yep.
To try to get you to throw you off. Instead of inquiring like, why are you coming to me? You feed into it and you get thrown off anyway. You should take that personal. Like, why did they come to me? Why did that spirit know to latch on to me? Well, because the spirit knows you ain't studying. The spirit knows that you don't keep your mind meditating on the book.
Wow.
You don't set yourself up to be able to come back when a foolish person with foolish wisdom comes to you. The spirit bear witness. So you should take it personal, man. There should be a personal vendetta within you to say, you know what, let me combat that. Let me shield myself from that. Let me not, do I just look like the one? Right? I look like the person to be rolled over on? Like, you shouldn't appear that way, but some of us do, and the spirits be recognizing it, man. And that's why they go to you, to try to come to you with trying to get that favorable counsel.
Yeah. get somebody to pity it, or to spare it, or to comfort it,
To wrest judgment.
to accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to take it personal. So the Most High here was showing. Think about it. When you, who was stoning the person? Who was stoning their own son? But thou shalt surely kill him. Thine hand shall be first upon him. So if this was your son, you had to be the first one on him. Two things. Because obviously there was something going on where either he was super rebellious or you were super lazy not to teach him. So now you got to deal with that problem. See how the Most High dealt? You're going to take care of that problem. Think about it. Didn't he do it with Yahweh Shai? Oh, you made them in your image and look at them? Now you're going to have to go down and deal with them. You're going to be just like them, walk with them, show them the way. Yeah, it's cold, ain't it? Go ahead, where we at? Read.
Last precept of verse 10. Which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Verse 11. And all of Israel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you. If thou shalt hear say in one of thy cities, which the Most High thy power hath given thee to dwell there, saying, certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their cities, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which ye have not known. Verse 14. Then shalt thou inquire and make search, and ask diligently. And behold, if it be truth, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought among you, thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof, with the edge of the sword. And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shalt burn with fire the city and all the spoil thereof, every whit. For the Most High, thy power, and it shall be in heap forever. It shall not be built again. That's what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, correct? Like, it happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, and it was never built after that.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen here too.
9. Verse 17. And there shall cleave not of the cursed thing to thine hand, that the Most High may turn from thee fierceness of his anger, and show thee mercy, and have compassion upon thee, and multiply thee, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers. When thou shalt hearken to the voice of the Most High, thy power, to keep all his commandments which I command thee this day, to do what which is right in the eyes of the Most High, thy power. Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 1. Ye are the children of the Most High, your power. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For thou art an holy people unto the Most High, thy power. And the Most High hath chosen thee to be a peculiar people unto himself above all the nations that are upon the earth. Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall eat: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart, and the roebuck, and the fallow deer, and the wild goats, and the pygarg, and the wild ox, and the chamois, and every beast that parteth the hoof, and cleaveth the cleft into two claws, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that ye shall eat. Verse 7. Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof.
Right, so real quick, go to Malachi 3 and 6. Because we're getting these laws and he's breaking down. What verse you at?
I finished verse 6 right now.
Right, so he's going into these laws and he's going to talk about what animals to eat, what animals not to eat.
Got a question.
What's that?
What does he mean when he's talking about this baldness between your eyes? Is this like shaving off the eyebrows? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, some people have
Yeah, unibrow?
Unibrows,
Okay.
right? And what were they doing with the hairs?
Oh, okay. They're like sacrificing.
They were sacrificing the hair. The Canaanites, they were into that, like sacrificing hair. Remember, he said, "Don't make the baldness and rounding your beard," because they were taking the hair at the back of the neck, the hair at the temples, the forehead, and they were sacrificing it to whatever god. So it's the same thing with the eyebrows. They would cut the hair off, and they would sacrifice it in the fire of the gods. Damn, everything? Yeah. And we did it too, but not everything. We just shaved our heads for mourning, but we kept our eyebrows and everything else.
Beards.
Yeah, and our beards. Like you just rolling around butterface, the whole face. Your eyebrows is gone, eyelashes, everything. Just snip them, huh? That's weird. Nose hair is all. It's all gone.
You know in this verse 14 and 1, right, where it says, "You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead."
Dead.
There's a lot of people, you know, when somebody dies, they actually put tattoos. Like 21 Savage,
Oh,
that tattoo that he has of that sword, that was from his friend that died. Him and his friend got gunned down. His friend died, but he survived. So he put that tattoo in the middle of his head for his friend that died. So it's still, even in our culture, you see people still do it. And it even makes me think about the teardrops too. Even though I know the teardrops is in between your eyes,
and
but it's still around your eye.
and that's a different scripture that you're thinking about. Where he said, "Make no markings in your flesh for the dead."
Yeah.
Right.
Leviticus 29.
Right. Even in this, like the cutting yourself, they have you know, depending on what you're into, they have their little rituals where they'll cut themselves and
Yeah.
make markings in the flesh. Killmonger, right? What did Killmonger do?
Oh yeah, Killmonger.
He had
That was another one.
he had all them marks in his body from all the bodies that he killed. Remember Killmonger from Avengers? That's a real thing. Like they wasn't showing you nothing that was fictional. I mean, Wakanda was fake, right? But think about it. They had people with plates in their lips and stretched out necks, and that's how them Africans roll. So they were making. Remember who was doing these things? It was Canaan. We were learning things from the Egyptians, but really it was preparing us for Canaan. They were doing that, making. Oh, this one right here is for the body I caught in '89. This one right here is for the one I caught in '92. You know, I killed that nigga. He tried to steal my $5 in '93. Like, damn, where's all them scars from? Oh, that's all them bodies. You know, you go to jail, and the cats will have like, you gotta watch like World's Toughest Prisons. The dude that goes to all the prisons, and they have like the little tattoos. What's that for? That's for all the people that killed, or the marks in their flesh to remember who yeah. Who has something? Oh no, read on. Read. There. You have something? Oh no, she said it already.
Didn't you bring up Malachi?
Go to Malachi 3 and 6, just on the point of going through this Levitical law.
Malachi chapter 3 verse 6.
Go ahead.
For I am the Lord.
Read.
I change not.
Read it again.
That's right.
For I am the Most High.
Right.
I change not.
Read it one more time.
For I am the Most High.
Right.
I change not.
Right. So
That's
the,
right.
the Levitical law has not been changed on the dietary. No matter how much they teach us in church that Peter was trying to eat pork, he was trying to eat all creepy things and four-footed beasts. No matter how much they go into Paul and talks about things sacrifice to idols and blah blah. No, we knew the one thing that we had in our minds from before Abraham, all the way from Adam, all the way to Christ, was that the things on this list were never considered food. That's the thing. They were never considered edible. We knew that already. So when it goes in, he's like, I think it's in Corinthians.
Don't call anything unclean.
No, not that one. That's
when you go into the meat markets, don't ask.
right.
Yeah.
Why would you have to ask if we all knew that we wasn't going to be eating pork?
Yeah, it's like
It's
now.
like if I go to your house, I don't gotta ask him what's in the burger. Like, you got no bacon on that burger, do you? or even if I do see bacon on the burger, I don't gotta be like, hey, this is turkey bacon, right? I shouldn't have to. And guess what? I wouldn't. I wouldn't go into his house and do that. Because I know him. He don't eat pork, right? I know his innermost secrets. If he ate it, I would know. Right?
Yeah, I definitely.
He can't hold water, so he would tell. No, but the point is this. The point is this. I trust that he follows the law.
That's right.
If I went to Lewis's house, if I went to his house, if he went to my, like, if we're around each other and we're learning, I would not have to, hey, them you go up in the cabinet and you see a cat with vitamins, and it's like,
Yeah, because
you know that
you'll start going through their stuff.
it's like, you know that got gelatin,
You
right?
do that every time, yeah.
Yeah, but if you keep reading, it says bovine. It says bovine caps. That's the cow gelatin, right? Like, we're all supposed to be in the law, understanding that.
Yeah.
Watch what you eat. If you get, you know, now if we both are together and we buying something, we're gonna check to make sure. You know, there was a situation. We was in GNC. I forgot what brother I was with. We were in GNC and we were getting some vitamins or something, man. And we didn't even check the label. We just grabbed them.
I've done that before.
We just grabbed them. You know, you're not thinking. And we get outside and we get ready to pop, and I'm looking like, oh no, gelatin, right? And you spit some out, like, oh no, gelatin. We took them right back because it had gelatin. We didn't check right there on the spot. But for my conscience, for him, I checked. I'm like, oh, it's got gelatin, right? Did you swallow? No, I didn't swallow them. Go ahead and spit those out. Right? That's how it is sometimes. That's how it is. But I'm gonna go to his house. Like if he prepares a dinner for me, I ain't gotta worry. Like, damn man, this nigga's trying to sneak some shrimp scampi in the surf and turf. Is his surf and turf shrimp scampi and pork chops? No. Or if his rib makes something, we don't gotta worry about that. Like, man, are they sneaking pork enzymes into the food? No. Right? Because we stick to the law.
I had an instance when I was with a brother.
Say yikes.
And I was still new. And I'm with the brother, and I had something. It was something I was getting ready to eat. I just bought it, and I was like, getting ready to open up the
your mouth
bag.
was watering.
And then the brother grabbed it. He just snatched it out of my hand and threw it out the window. And I was like, what the hell?
Sorry, God.
He was like, that got pork in it. And I was like,
You didn't get your chance to read the label for yourself. Wow. Yeah, hey, he was being his brother's keeper. He could have been a little bit more delicate. Like, hey, I got pork, read the label.
You know the scripture that says you gotta pull your brother out the fire sometimes?
It's like you gotta snatch a bag out of a cat's hand.
Bro, like,
a bag of pork rinds.
If Ariel was a firefighter, you can see him just.
He take you. No. He just grab you and throw you on his shoulders. Ugh. Fireman got
after he throw you off the shoulder.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hey, he was looking out. He didn't want you to get one little morsel on your tongue.
God.
Yeah, he didn't want you to be the foul at all.
God.
Yeah.
Good brother.
Hey, am I my brother's keeper? Yeah. God. You know, like I said, he could have been a little bit more delicate. He could have been a little bit more delicate, but God, you know, it's all good. So yeah, I go to that Malachi. The Most High said he didn't change from what he laid down in the beginning. Right. So all the other stories that we read that we think are synonymous with food or that they coincide with food. Remember, Acts chapter 10 is not even talking about food. It has nothing to do with food at all. That vision had nothing to do with food. Before he got into the vision state, it said he would have eaten, but he fell into a trance. So he already had food, lawful food. And any other scriptures that they try to, bless it, and it's, what do you say, if I pray over it, what is it?
Pray over it.
Pray over it and it's clean. But there's a scripture.
It's like eat with Thanksgiving.
Right. Is it in Galatians? Come on, man. Who went to church up in here? Y'all went to church. Tell me what is it? What is it? It's basically if you pray over it and you bless it, no matter, they try to say no matter what it is, you're good. So, you know, can you go after you drop a number 2, pray over that and then eat it and you're gonna be fine? No hepatitis, no disease.
It don't work like that.
It don't work like that. You can't pray over boo-boo and eat it. Just like you can't pray over pig and eat it. It's not gonna be clean. It was talking about praying over lawful foods.
Oh, it's 1 Timothy 4:4.
Timothy, read it real quick.
1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 4.
Right.
For every creature of the Most High is good.
Right.
And not to be refused.
Right.
If it be received
Yeah,
with thanksgiving.
every creature under the law.
That's right.
Every creature that was created under the law for us to eat. Because every creature has a purpose. You see that? Even the pig had a purpose. Its purpose was not to be eaten. So, jumping back. Malachi 3:6, I am the Lord, I change not. That's why he reiterated Leviticus 11 and then reiterated it a second time if you didn't get it. Now, Leviticus 11 was given to who? Right. Israelites, but which ones?
The Levites.
No.
First came out of Egypt.
The first ones that came out of Egypt. Right? Now, Deuteronomy 14 is being given to who?
Those that are going into the land.
Their children that did not either understand or were too young to get it. Right? So it's like, you got baby Shariah and Shiala, his kids. They sitting here talking, we sitting here talking, they're like, I don't know what the hell they talking about. They don't know no law, no nothing. But then guess what? We'll reiterate it for them when they get older enough to comprehend, right? That's what he was doing. If it wasn't important, he wouldn't have said it 2 times. He would have said, oh, you know what? That law was dead 40 years ago. How come he didn't do that? How come Moses didn't say the law was done away with? That was dead 40 years ago with the other generation. They didn't follow it anyway, so.
It would have made it clear. The scriptures would have made it clear if there was a change or something like that happening. The scriptures would have made it clear because the Most High doesn't deal with confusion.
He's not the author of confusion, but it's peace.
So he wouldn't have made it where we got to sit here and guess or wonder. It would have just been clear. And because it's something that we do every day.
Yeah.
Something we got to do to survive.
And he would not have reiterated it for the next generation if it wasn't important. You got to look at Deuteronomy. All it is a reiteration to the next generation. Think about the things that he's now presenting to them. He's presenting to them slavery and punishment or prosperity. And he's compacting, think about Deuteronomy, is compacting all of Numbers, all of Leviticus, all of Exodus into one chapter. Yeah. It's a consolidation of all these chapters with a little bit of Genesis thrown in there because he goes back into Abraham and Adam. So Deuteronomy is like a roundup, a synopsis of 4 chapters. And he put the most important things in there to remind this generation. Why? Because they weren't there to go through it. Right. You see that?
They knew they were under the law, right?
Yeah, they knew that. But remember.
We knew we were under the law too.
No. But remember, this generation, they got ushered in from 20 years and under.
Right.
So some of these men and women were maybe 40, maybe 20, maybe 60. They were young. So it had to be reiterated. Some of them weren't able to comprehend the Red Sea. Some of them didn't understand what was going on. They were children. Like, think about it. If the Red Sea parted right now, if this earth swallowed up somebody right now, you think Shariah is going to comprehend really what happened? So then we got to remind her, hey, this is what happened at that time. You've seen it, but you probably didn't understand this is what happened. These people were talking crazy. Most High swallowed them in the earth. That's what he was doing with this generation, was reminding them and reiterating them and illustrating to them the things that they may have saw but didn't comprehend. Yeah.
The other day I was having a conversation with my 12-year-old daughter, and she's going into the 7th grade, you know what I mean? And one of her things was like, oh, I was like, how is it you going to go into 7th grade? She's like, I don't know, the corona, right? She says that, the corona. And I was like, well, the corona, just like it's affecting the children's education and so on like that, so on and so forth, it's also affecting the adults in the workforce. She's like, oh, okay. So just to kind of like infiltrate like the relationship of giving her the understanding that I understand what she's going to go through in the middle school, 6th and 7th grade, I was like, you know what? When I was in 6th grade math class, that's when the Twin Towers got hit, and that's when they fell. And she's like, what? Also, daughter,
you were in 6th grade?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like,
wow.
That happened like, what, 2001?
Yes.
I wasn't even 01. I was like out of high school at that time.
Yeah. I was in 6th grade math class, like the principal, My bad.
It was 18 years ago.
My bad.
18 years ago.
Cuz.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Cuz. So I'm telling that to my daughter, but in retrospect of like reiterating the law, like understanding the minds and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I'm like talking to my 12-year-old daughter, and I was like, look, this is when the Twin Towers fell, right? This was a crazy time during my 6th grade year. 7th grade, I got in my first physical fight in school. I was being bullied, so I called the dude out in front of his girlfriend, and I punched him in the gut, and he fell to his knee. And he's like, "Wow, Dad," you know what I mean? And it's like, and
so you were basically using history to bring them into that mindset.
Yeah, like I understand what you're gonna possibly be going through, and also like,
Right.
she has a little boyfriend. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, how do I approach this delicately in understanding without being like, yo, the law says this, the law says that, yada 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 yada. Corona, Twin Towers, Iran,
Sixth grade, huh?
yeah, 6th grade.
I was a grown ass man at that time. When they talked. Anyway, they asked.
I was 2nd grade, bro.
You was in the 2nd grade.
Dang.
Second
Oh
grade.
my God. It just doesn't seem like that was 19 years ago, though.
It
I was
really
only,
does.
I was 8 or 9 when it happened. We were 8 or 9. It was 2nd grade. I knew it because we was in class together.
I was paying bills, working like
No,
8 jobs.
I was working.
I was going to school, working 2 jobs.
That's crazy.
I was like literally 2 years away from my first kid.
Well,
Like,
you know what? It's crazy. It's
Absolutely
almost
doesn't
like
work.
you just say another generation. Like that's
Yeah.
a completely
but see,
different
and that,
another generation.
but that's the thing. 9/11. See, and that's the thing with 9/11. Y'all don't get 9/11 the way we understood 9/11.
Right.
You were in the 2nd grade, so your comprehension was there. Where when I turned the TV on, I seen the 2nd tower hit, and then watched and listened to bodies fall out the window.
Yep.
You could only watch that now on video.
Yeah.
You just hear ah.
Yeah.
Like, dang, that was a
Like
body.
real time.
Yeah, we were seeing things real time.
Yep.
I don't be the last.
But then the actual, man, the destruction, the cleanup, the news coverage,
Everything.
Oklahoma City bombing. I remember
Yeah,
that.
I do too.
Remember that too?
I don't think y'all were born yet.
I was 24 years old.
How old were you? He
When
was.
was that?
Yeah. OKC was.
9/11 hit, I was 24 years old.
When 9/11 hit. But OKC was before that. The Oklahoma City bombing was before
Yeah,
9/11.
That was in the 80s.
The first World Trade Center bombing, they weren't even born.
No.
I remember that. I could watch that from my Brooklyn window and see the World Trade Center on fire. Huh?
When they drove into it,
When they smashed into it with a truck, and I remember that. You know, it's things like that where it would have to be reiterated for this next generation. But more important, that World Trade Center, he was there. He lived through it, but he ain't gonna remember what happened.
I remember the only thing, I was in Jamaica at the time. So
Yeah.
of course we stayed in school.
Right.
So I didn't know nothing. I came home from school, went outside, played. I came in the house, and I just saw a plane hitting the tower.
On
And
the
my
news.
mom and my dad sitting on the bed like,
We still want to go to America. We
we still
can't
want to
wait.
go to America. And I was, that's all I remember was seeing that. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go eat some food. I didn't realize of course at that age I didn't realize the
magnitude.
the magnitude of it. I was like,
Yeah.
damn, a plane hit a tower?
That was 95.
Wow. Yeah.
City bomb was 95. Yeah, Tim McVeigh, that was 95.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I mean, the school shooting with the Dylan Klebold, Columbine. I was in high school at that time. Yeah,
I was in 5th grade at that time.
I was in school. I was in high school at that time. I remember they locked it down. I was in Colorado. They locked it down.
David Koresh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember that. All right, so y'all going way back. Y'all going back. Y'all talking about Waco, Texas, and all that. Now y'all getting a little bit out of my age range, right? David Koresh. That was in the 90s.
I think that is our time.
No
Like,
doubt.
does it sound familiar? I
We were
was
young in the 90s.
yeah, I was just playing ball all day. I didn't care.
Yeah,
about
we didn't
the
care about that. I mean, if you talking about like when Biggie died and Pac, I'll tell you about that. We stopped playing ball for a little bit,
God.
congregated, like, damn, they shot Big. Damn, they killed Pac. Like, okay, let's go back to play ball. O.J. Simpson,
God.
I remember walking in the house.
Remember Jim Jones?
I don't remember Jim Jones.
Oh,
I remember walking in the house from playing ball, and my mom is watching the news. I'm trying to watch the Bulls game because I think that's what was going on. It was going on at that time. He interrupted the damn game, if I'm not mistaken. He interrupted some sporting event I was coming home to watch. And that's the only reason I came home was to watch sports after I played sports.
Right.
And OJ was getting chased by cops.
Every time.
On every channel. It's like, come on, man, this ain't that important.
That Bronco, that white Bronco, down the freeway.
Then it stopped. Then you kept going again like that. They ain't gonna just kill him. They ain't gonna shoot him. Like, but it's these things that are fresh in one generation's mind, and a younger generation that might have been there, like my younger brothers, they were there. It would have to be reiterated the magnitude of what was really happening for these certain events. Then they got things like now you go on YouTube and watch. They got documentaries that they give you the how important these events in history were. So that's why history is so important. That's why Moses had to do it though. That's why he had to go through it for the next generation, and for Joshua to remind them of where they came from. Yeah. That's why it's so important. But that's why if your pastor ain't teaching you where you came from, and he's not giving you that history, he's doing you an injustice. School teachers, history teachers, doing you an injustice. What about the Space Shuttle Challenger blew up? When did that happen? What year?
That was in the 90s.
Was it?
That was 80s.
Listen, anything that happened in the 80s, scratch me out. I was born in the 80s. So anything that happened in the 80s, if it wasn't G.I. Joe, Transforming, A-Team, Knight Rider, I didn't start watching news until I was at least in the 90s. I didn't start watching the news or really comprehending the news. So if something blew up, 86? Nah, 86, come on, I was 5 years old.
I was 18.
Bro, Transformers all day, G.I. Joes, trying to get dirty, trying to be bad in school, like, yeah, 3rd, 4th grade, like Derek, yeah. All right, go ahead, read on, where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 7.
Right?
Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel and the hare and the coney. For they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof.
And they eat filthy. They eat rodents. They eat the other little dirty little rats. They eat things that carry disease. And again, the white man will tell you, you are what you eat. So if you eat a rabbit that ate a rat, you're a rat. If you ate a snake that ate a rat, you're a rat. Go ahead.
I seen a photo of a snake ate an AK.
Bro, they'll eat anything if they can wrap their damn jaws around it.
Yeah. God. Therefore they are unclean unto you.
Dang.
Verse 8.
Oh, y'all said 11th grade. Go ahead.
And the swine, because it divided the hoof,
right?
Yet cheweth not the cud.
Go ahead.
It is unclean unto you.
And he said he changed not. The swine didn't become unclean, then all of a sudden clean now. It's always been unclean because of its function. Go ahead.
That's right. You shall not eat of their flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Like no chicharrones.
No chicharrones.
Nor
right?
teach their dead, or nor touch their dead carcass.
Right.
Verse 9. These ye shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall ye eat.
That's it. Damn. I didn't realize Mustafa was that old. 3rd or 4th grade. Yeah, I didn't see. Cats be looking super young. Cats be looking young.
Somebody like me.
Huh? Rodney, when you said there was black hospitals and black banks, you gave it away.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, bro, because, come on, that had to have been, what, 100 plus years ago? You know I'm messing with you.
I know it.
You know I'm messing. Oh. Hey. Everybody, buddy. How many more readers we got?
He's the last one.
William Sabbath Yehuda, Ban Yasharala.
William Shabbat Yehuda, Bun Yasharala, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Sima al Sabrakadam.
Yahweh Hashem El Shabrakatah.
Dang, bro. 6th grade. That is what it is to be young again.
generation. And what, do you remember when Kobe died?
Oh,
Yeah. It's gonna be Kobe.
It's my generation.
It's gonna be Kobe, and it's gonna be the coronavirus. It's gonna be Kobe and COVID, man. Where
Kobe and COVID.
there's gonna be so many miscrewed stories, and it's gonna be a lot of, you know. Pretty soon, Kobe gonna be white. If your next generation don't keep him black, he gonna go whitewashed. Oh, bro. You gotta see all these stars.
Be mad. You remember when Yahweh came and just slaughtered everybody?
Right? Can't wait for that.
That's what I want to be able to say to the next generation.
Coronavirus never ended.
Me neither.
Whatever that
Man,
happened.
almost I was 40. Damn. You don't look 40.
Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 10.
Oh.
And whatsoever hath not fins and scales, you may not eat. It is unclean unto you. Of all clean birds ye shall eat, but these are they of which ye shall not eat: the eagle,
Scavenger.
and the ostrich,
Scavenger.
and the osprey,
Scavenger, which is a type of hawk. Scavengers.
and the gled,
Mm-hmm.
and the kite, and the vulture,
Right? The
after
vulture.
his kind.
The vulture is a scavenger, can eat raw meat. Stomach acids can break down meat that's been decaying for days. Their stomach acids can destroy the parasites that's on the meat.
Even though dead dynasty.
Eating dead, bro. They say where the vultures circle, that's where the dead body drop, right? But they'll pick at meat that's been sitting there, decaying, days. That they can, their stomach bacteria can fight off that bacteria. That putrephine, that cadaverine. Go ahead.
And every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo,
They eat rats, they eat bats, they eat lizards. Go ahead.
and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gier eagle.
Listen, if you leave it to an eagle, they'll eat a person. They'll eat a person if you let them. If they can lift you up off the ground and carry you away, they'll do it. Doesn't matter what you are. If you moving, you're prey. Their talons, man. This always reminds me of an eagle talon for some reason. The color, the shape, the size. Their talons are huge. Their claws, man, when they wrap around, they sink in. They're huge. So they're strong birds, but they'll eat. If it moves in the air, they'll eat it.
Oh yeah.
They eat other birds. If it swims, they'll eat it. If it walks on the ground, they'll eat it.
You're right, because they'll go and actually pick up goats, but they
Bro.
don't pick them up, and like they just pick them up and bring them high,
To drop them.
and then they just drop them,
Yeah.
and then that goat falls, and then it's
Bust his neck, and then they just pick at it.
yeah.
They do that to anything that they can lift, though. Anything they can lift, they'll do it. They'll pick salmon, big salmon out of the ocean.
Yep.
Huge salmon. They'll just dip in, boom, grab them, and that they'll fly off with.
I seen a video where they, I don't know if it was an eagle, but it was some big bird, and he had grabbed up a dolphin.
Bro. Think about it.
God.
If they can grab it, if they can eye it and say, you know what,
Recent, yeah.
they'll do it.
It was
No,
a
no,
shark.
a shark.
It was a shark.
It was a shark.
They'll do it. They'll pull that thing out the water. Now I don't know if sharks and eagles. They're not in the same climates. Sharks and eagles.
There was a video where an eagle went and grabbed the shark
Really?
out the water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flew away with him. It was either an eagle or a hawk.
Now think about it. He eats the dolphin or the shark. The shark that ate a person. You eat that. I mean, you just ate all types of abominations.
So there's this video of a seagull. It's a seagull, and it's a whole rabbit.
Oh yeah. They love rabbit. Rascally rabbits. Seagulls. Bro. They'll eat. They'll eat, bro. They'll eat. Listen, I seen chickens. Chickens are not carnivores. But I seen them pluck a turtle to death. I seen them pluck through a turtle shell. They busted them in the face, and they flipped them over, and they got the underbelly. and they went right through the soft part of the shell. They just plucked him until, and they just pick and pick and pick. Chickens.
Right.
Chickens don't eat meat.
They don't.
But if you starve them long enough and you don't take care of them, they will become meat eaters. They'll eat whatever. Goats. Goats don't eat meat. They're herbivores. But goats will eat damn metal. Remember when you always thought about a goat back in the day and they told you a story? They were always chewing tin cans. If you don't feed the goat, he'll eat anything. Plastic, tin, clothing. Yeah, he'll eat the clothes off the line. But they don't eat those things naturally. Rosa.
There was a video a few years back ago. It was a big eagle that he had picked up a little kid from the park, and then he dropped them.
Yeah. Oh man. Picking up babies. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Hide your kids and hide your wife. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 17. And the pelican, and the gier eagle, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat,
and the bat,
and every creeping thing that flieth is unclean unto you.
And you know what's funny about it? We look at the like pigeons, right? You know that pigeons are lawful. But we look at pigeons as unlawful, especially the New York pigeons. Be like, man, them things is filthy, right? But they're lawful. Pigeons, doves, they're the same thing. They're lawful. We brought those to sacrifice. So it's like the things that we look at as unlawful. Like, you go ask somebody, man, you ever eat a pigeon? Hell no, I wouldn't eat no pigeon. But that's the same person that'll shove down chitlins right down their gullet. They'll hit some chitlins real quick, but they won't eat no pigeon. You'll eat chitlins, but you won't eat locusts. Beetles, they're lawful. You know that, right? All beetles are lawful. So you'll eat swine, but you won't eat the beetle if a push came to shove. Bro, I'm gonna be crunching. It's gonna be crunching. It's gonna be yeah, I'm gonna be crunching, bro. Just don't give me the dung beetle. I don't want that beetle. He be rolling around in poo. Give me a different type of beetle. The carmine, we eat carmine beetles. The red beetles that they color everything red with. It's not unlawful. And it makes things taste good. Right? Tasty. Right? Just deep fry mine. Deep fry my locust.
There it is.
Hey, people eat deep fried pigskins, right? Yeah, I mean, what does a locust eat? All greenery. Yeah. Beetles, they eat all greenery. They just live in the poo. Dung beetles just like to lay their eggs in the poo. They roll it. They push the poo ball. You ever watch like a dung beetle? They're the big boys. They're black. They push the poop. Yeah, like rolling. Yeah, like rolling a burrito. And they just want to lay their eggs in the poo. It's a good incubator, but they're lawful. Yeah, go ahead.
It shall not be eaten. But of all clean fowl you may eat, you shall not eat of anything that died of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that he may eat it, or thou may sell it unto an alien.
Oh, and real quick, they were asking about, Shalom Brothers, what vitamins can we have that doesn't have pork jello in it? Well, you don't want to have gelatin vitamins like the gummies. Now they make the gummies for kids. They make your kids eat pork without you knowing. So you don't want to do gummy vitamins because those have the gelatin. But every company, you just got to go through every company. Like they got Nature's Way, they got, GNC got their brand, this brand, and that. You have to go through the company and check out what that company has to offer. I mean, there's plenty of vitamins you can take that don't have gelatin. Just don't get the gummy kind. And then if you do get gel caps, bovine, which is cow, or it'll say veggie gel caps. You want those. There was some vitamins I was looking at that I wanted to get. I just hit the company up. I went right on their little Twitter. Like, hey, these got pork in them? Send a picture. They were like, none of our products have pork except for the gelatin. It was Nature's Way, I think. And they got a good deal. They got like 2-for-1s in Kroger. You buy one, get one free. It's like buy one, get one free. And I wanted some charcoal pills. But they got the gelatin capsule. But they said they use veggie gelatin. So you gotta just research and inquire. If it says vegan on it and it has gelatin, it's not gonna be no animal product. It's gonna be veggie. So you just gotta do your due diligence and just search. Yeah. Go ahead, jump back. Who said this?
Verse 21, last precept. For thou art an holy people,
Right.
unto the Most High thy power. Thou shalt not see a kid in his mother's milk.
All right. Meaning what?
Talking about a goat?
What does it mean? See a kid in his mother's milk?
Not
Not
killing,
killing a child.
not a young
Still,
cow.
still
baby
too
cow.
young, too young.
Yeah. Not killing.
Right.
It's not weird.
You know, it's not weaned from the milk, so that means usually an animal is weaned after a year, right? But what you know, here in America, they like to eat that veal, where it's barely been weaned, but they like it because it's tender. You're not supposed to eat that. To see a kid in his mother, you weren't supposed to slaughter that animal while it was still nursing. You weren't supposed to slaughter the mother and the calf all in one day either, right?
Yes, seethe just means cooking. So you shall not cook a kid in his mother's milk. So you don't cook that kid, you know, when, like we were saying.
Where we at?
Too young to fry.
Verse 21.
14, 21.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Go ahead.
Verse 22. Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bringeth forth year by year. Thou shalt eat it before the Most High thy power, in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, and the firstlings of thy herd and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear the Most High thy power always. And if the way be too long for thee, so thou art not able to carry it, or if a place be too far from thee, which the Most High thy power shall choose to set his name there,
Mm-hmm.
when the Most High thy power has blessed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money.
You shall do what with the tithes?
Thou shalt turn it into money,
Right, go ahead.
and bind up the money in thine hand,
Mm-hmm.
shall go unto the place which the Most High thy power shall choose.
Right, so tithes wasn't just cumin and mint and anise. You could turn it into money if the trek was too far. Go ahead.
Too much to carry.
If you had, yeah, if it was too far, you had too much to carry, you could change it for money. It's easier to carry. Go ahead.
And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desireth. And thou shalt eat there before the Most High thy power.
Now check that out. You could, verse 23 tells you that corn, wine, oil, herds, flocks, corn, wine. Right, you can change it back for anything you wanted. So you can sell a bunch of corn, get money, and go buy a bunch of cattle. Do whatever you want with that money. You can sell a bunch of corn and go buy a bunch of wine. Whatever you decided you wanted to bring or offer. You see that? So I'm saying that because you have some that teach that tithes was just spices and herbs. It wasn't just spices and herbs. Go ahead.
And thou shalt eat there before the Most High thy power, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household. And the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. At the end of 3 years thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow which are within thy gates, shall come, and shall eat, and be satisfied, that the Most High thy power may bless thee in all the work of thy hand which thou doest. Chapter 15, Deuteronomy chapter 15.
It's verse 2.
At the end of every 7 years thou shalt make a release. And this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lendeth aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called the Most High's release.
Question.
I have a question on in chapter 14, talking about the tithes.
Yeah, what about it?
So Moses is reiterating this also, just like he reiterated the food, right?
Right.
So he was instituting tithe so that they could pay the Levites, right?
So that they could be taken care of, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
But this was already a thing. They already talked about this back in Leviticus, right? So what's the question?
I guess that's it. It was just.
Oh, okay, yeah. That remember, what was the reason? What was the whole reason for tithes and for bringing offering to the priests? Read verse 29.
Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 29.
Right.
And the Levites, because he hath no parts nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger and the fatherless.
Why does the Levite have no inheritance?
Because the Most High's his inheritance.
Right. So, but what was the trade-off?
It's like to the priest said.
Right. But what was the trade-off? What was the trade-off for us?
Firstborn.
And we would have to, all of our, whenever we would bring sacrifices, we'd have to make sure we brought something to the priest and then other offerings.
What was the first? I think he said it. You're saying you're right on a different point.
Okay.
What was the first trade-off? Who was going to be the priest at first?
First male son
Of what?
of the Israelites.
Right, of all 12 tribes, right? He said, I'm going to take the firstborn. He said, the firstborn of everything that part of the matrix is mine. And I'm going to make them be the priests. Then he came back and was like, nah, I'll just take the Levites. Y'all just got to take care of them. You see that? That was either you give up your firstborn, which I know y'all ain't going to do, or I just take this whole tribe, make them the priests, and make it a lot easier. But you still have to give something up. You got to take care of these priests. You see that? So the tithes was already given back in Leviticus, but then again reiterating it for this new generation, the ones that didn't get it or understand or knew how it went. This is how you got to do it.
So now, like, obviously, this is the Old Testament, and the Christian churches, religions today, are done away with the New Testament.
Right.
In the Old Testament.
They love tithes.
So that's how you know that much more they're about that business.
Yep.
They maneuver in that business. That's what I think I said that earlier. You know what I mean? Like they get taught in a business type of manner rather than actually wholeheartedly paying our tithes. Because in verse 29 too, at the last part of it says that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thy hand, which thou doest. So it's like, okay, you're doing something spiritually to get spiritually blessed. And these religions, these Christian churches, these Catholic churches, and so on and so forth, are doing it in a business. So they're just having monetary gain rather than blessing from the Most High.
Right. That's why it says the judge thereof, Malachi, it says the judges thereof preach for hire. Right. It's what is it, Malachi 3 and 6? No. Malachi 3 and verse 11.
I think that's Amos.
It's Malachi 3 and 11.
Malachi 3 verse 11.
Read it.
For the war.
Watch, read it.
The book of Malachi chapter 3.
Micah 3 and 11. Micah 3
The book of Micah chapter 3 verse 11.
Right.
The heads thereof judge for reward.
Right.
And the priests thereof teach for hire. And the prophets thereof divine for money.
Yeah. See, it gets into enterprise and money and commerce.
No, that's the word enterprise.
They'll say, "Oh, don't deal with the law, but the law's done away with. But give us your dough."
That's your money.
All right, let's jump back. Let's finish this up.
Yeah, I was at the word.
I had a question on 28.
Oh, what's the question?
Why is that different from the year to year, 30 years? What's so about the 30 years?
Let's see here. And let's see here. Year by year. Well, we had to present ourselves in front of the priest yearly. Remember for Passover. What else? Day of Atonement. That's eat before the Lord. I got a place where we shall choose. Yeah, there was a time of the year. There was once a year we had to at least go up and present ourselves, which was at least the Passover.
I mean, like in verse 38, it says, why is it, at the end of 3 years, why is that different from?
And at the end of 3 years thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase the same year, and thou shalt lay upon within the gates. Let's see. Go to Deuteronomy 12 and go to Deuteronomy 26 and verse 12.
The book of Deuteronomy,
Right?
chapter 26, verse 12.
Go ahead.
When thou hast made an end of tithing all the tithes of thine increase the third year,
Right?
which is the year of tithing,
It's the what?
which is the year of tithing,
Right, so that's the year of tithing, the third year. So he had a specific year for tithing. So you did it every year, but then there was a third year where you had to do it also. You brought that increase.
When was it 12?
Deuteronomy 26 and 12.
So is it like a double tithe?
Which is the year of tithing, and has given the Levites stranger fathers. Let's see. Go back to Deuteronomy 14:28. At the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. So you went yearly, but then you also had a 3 year. So it is. The way I'm understanding it, that third year there was a double. You went every single year, then you went again on the third year. In that third year, there was a double tithing, double blessings to the priests. And remember, it wasn't just for the priests. We forget about the fatherless, the stranger. The priest housed, and the priest took care of the nation. So there was the fatherless, the widow, the poor, the stranger. They were around also that ate off of what you gave. Yeah, I mean, you get that, William? John. Where we at?
That's broke.
Oh, next reading. Document.
Shatak Shabbat Shal Yahweh Ban Yasha Allah Ben of Israel Amadi Barak
Yahweh Ba Shem Yahweh Shai Brakathum
Yahweh Ba Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
No sleep. No sleep either. Start here.
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 3. Of a foreigner thou mayest exact it again, but that which is thine with thy brother, thine hand shall release, save when there shall be no poor among you. For the Most High shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it. Only if thou carefully hearken unto the voice of the Most High thy power, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day. For the Most High thy power blesses thee, as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, but thou shalt not borrow, and thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee.
So, credit is a curse.
Credit is a curse.
Credit is a curse when you gotta owe your captors. Loans are a curse when you gotta borrow from the other nations. It's a curse. Why? Because that fixed interest rate, right? That APR, that they double up their money. We're talking about the whole car situation. You buy a car, 5 year, 72 months, right? By the fifth year, that car lost all its value. You got to be doing weird maintenance on the car, and you haven't even paid off the principal yet. That's how they get you. They keep you in that hamster wheel of, I got to be able to get around, got to get to work, but I'm never going to have a vehicle that lasts me long enough to be able to get out of the hole. Imagine being able to just have a car with no car note. A nice car that runs that you ain't got to worry about.
When we go back to the land, we're going to be on horses.
Are we going to be on horses? In what land?
Israel.
In the kingdom?
Good.
I don't be floating everywhere. I don't know about Nah, man, we ain't going to be on horses, man. I'm going to be on a chariot.
I seen all them horses pass through when we were street speaking and took me back.
Took you back to your roots?
Cowboy
Thought you was
days.
Solomon with the chariot cities?
You know, the cowboy days.
Yeah. Nah, we're not gonna be primitive on that level.
Horsepower, that's where the real horsepower comes from.
Yeah. I want something that purrs and don't smell like dung. You forgot that smell that went through there when they came? The whole mood changed. The whole mood, we was out there street speaking on Martin Luther King, and they had a, what they call it?
A trail
They had
ride.
a trail ride.
And that was a birthday party. That wasn't a trail ride.
Oh, was it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, but they had a bunch of horses, man. A bunch of black kids on horses. And if you didn't see them, you smelt them.
Come.
And after they left, there was a stench. So, am I gonna be riding a horse in the kingdom? Probably not.
All of them, you can see they real.
Yeah, oh, them horses look hungry. Yeah, I mean, it does. It costs a couple of $1,000 a year. Yeah, it costs a lot of them kids when they got horses, they got to be sponsored because they can't afford it.
I think they feed them grass though, 'cause they feed them real like hay and feed and stuff.
They'd be a lot fatter. Yeah.
They just eating grass right now 'cause they're in the hood.
Yeah, I don't want no stinky horse. First of all, there's certain animals that I don't want to be. Listen, I'm a little nervous around horses.
Yeah, me too.
They're real big, man. That's a big animal to just.
I always think of Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, bro. He don't want you on him. He just toss you off. You're done.
Damn.
I think about that dude when he was trying to ride that horse down.
And that horse tried to hit him on a low branch.
Like get him clothesline.
Some of them, I got caught like that one time.
He tried to clothesline him off, and the horse just did one of these. Whoop! And old boy was like, he had to duck lower than the horse. Cause that horse tried to ride him down. The horse tried to ride him down. I was like, dude, that horse almost. He said, you gotta ride her down. I was like, he was hyped. Yeah, we went to Martin Luther King, the park, way back. This is like a couple years ago. We were at MacArthur Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were riding out there, Judah, but he was riding the hell out this horse.
He was.
With no saddle, bareback.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
And that horse was like, get off me.
Mm-hmm.
It ran him right to a tree. And he ducked it ran him to a low branch, and he had to duck under the horse's head to not hit the branch. Yeah.
Wasn't the guy
Wait, say it again.
The man who was the first man.
Christopher Reeves. Yeah, he got paralyzed.
Yeah, from
He got thrown off a horse. That's why I'm good.
One of them show off that jump.
Yeah.
That jump over the.
Yeah, he was a rider, right?
I think he was.
He was like a equestrian. They call it equestrian. Yeah.
They getting a living.
Yeah, equestrian. I think he was doing equestrian riding. The horses jump over puddles of water. They look real nice. Clydesdale.
And all that.
I'm good on that, bro. In the kingdom, I don't want to be on the back of no animal.
They want to be on.
Unless it's like, white man, giddy up. Right? Right? Y'all see that? Y'all ever see Dave Chappelle where he was on the back of the dude's back? He's like, 6th Street. They're gonna see it. About the white man pulling my car. Take the engine out on purpose. Y'all, see, y'all don't get it. Where we at? It ain't personal. It's
biblical.
That's true.
It ain't personal, man. All these damn nations. Man, I'm pulling my vehicle with no wheels on it.
Flintstone style.
Huh?
Flintstone
Yeah,
style.
it's gonna be Flintstone style, but I'm gonna just be sitting back, getting fanned. Right? So they drop grapes in your mouth and they fan you? Yeah.
You're gonna have your servants and give you like Chris 75. Like you're gonna have to teach them how to do like Chris 75.
All that. All that, bro. All that. Go ahead, read. Where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 7. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within thy gates, in thy land, which the Most High thy power giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother.
Because the poor was always going to be amongst us. Go ahead.
But thou shalt open thy hand wide unto him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need, and that which he wanted. Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not. What? Am I saying it wrong? Not. Excuse me.
Right, because the year of Jubilee, the 7th year, that's when you release the man from his debt. So it's 6.5. You 6.5 years in. We 6 months from Jubilee, and you know that if you lend this man $100, he could be wicked and say, you know what, I ain't gonna pay you back till 6 months. Right? That could go into his mind. Or you could be wicked and say, well, I don't want to lend it because 6 months from now is Jubilee. I'm gonna have to let it go anyway. The Most High was saying, don't be wicked like that. Don't let it enter into your wicked heart. Just help.
Yeah.
Help, right? When thou doest good, know to who to do good too. The Most High will repay you.
That's right.
You know, when I was in the world, like somebody come up and ask me to borrow some money, stuff
Right.
like that. If it ain't out of my reach, I give it to him. Like if it's a low,
Yeah.
I give it to him and say, you ain't got to pay me back. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to be out with that.
Yeah, a lot of the times, man, it's count certain things
I know they ain't gonna pay me
as a
back.
law.
I
Yeah.
just do it for free.
Especially when they hit you with, I'm gonna pay you back during my taxes. Like, first of all, black people got to stop using that. I'm gonna pay you back on my taxes. Well, half of y'all niggas owe the IRS anyway. You ain't getting no tax money back. Stop. We got to stop using that. I'm gonna pay you back at taxes, and then you don't see them again all the way until 10 tax seasons later. Just hey, either you pay or you don't. Either I'm gonna pay you back, or I'm not. Either I'm lending it to you, or I'm expecting it as a loan. Go ahead.
And he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be sin unto thee. Verse 10. Thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him. Because that for this thing the Most High thy power shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother.
And we went over that whole class about the beggar, the poor, and what was the poor supposed to be learning in his poor estate. He was supposed to be learning how to get himself out of it He was supposed to be learning how hospitality and giving. He was supposed to be picking up those attributes. That way, when he got lifted up out of his poor estate, when the next poor man came to him, he was able to give. Go ahead.
To thy poor, and to thy needy, in thy land. Verse 12. And if thy brother, an Hebrew man, or an Hebrew woman,
A what?
a Hebrew man, or an Hebrew woman,
Right.
be sold unto thee.
So really, technically, when you look at Abraham, Abraham was a Hebrew.
That's right.
Every man that came after Abraham was what?
Hebrew.
Yeah,
So like Hebrew Midianites.
all of them. Technically, they would be Hebrews, but Midian would be their. Midian would be the nationality they're known as because that's what they went off and became. But if you want to be technical,
So
everybody after Abraham was a Hebrew.
So even like Lot himself as well, where his
Bro, even Esau. Right? But we know we weren't living with them. There was no Edomite at we weren't living around Esau. And go ahead, watch, read on.
And serve thee 6 years.
Right?
Then in the 7th year,
Why was you gotta look at it like this, and if you want to get even more technical, Abraham the Hebrew, why was he that? The Hebrew. Right. Kept the past. Abraham kept that lineage, that heritage going. We're really talking about the ones that's keeping that heritage amongst you. So if you want to go into it, was Esau keeping our heritage? Hell nah. Was it Ishmael? Nope. Was Midian? Nope.
And they didn't teach their kids either.
And they didn't teach their children. So if you want to get technical, Abraham was a Hebrew because of what he did.
So, in the sense of like them not teaching their kids, it goes back to the ancient times of, just as long as our child is happy, they can do whatever they want type stuff. But that's the mindset.
In regards to who?
Just in general, like today's mindset, the spirit of today's mind, like
Oh.
even within our own people and just the nations, like just let them be whatever they want to be as long as they're happy. Let them marry who they want to marry.
I'll answer that tomorrow in my class. I ain't gonna get out of the way.
you mean Monday?
Oh yeah, Monday. I got a kids class. I got a class. I'll talk about that on Monday. Yes, sir. I don't want to get into that one. I'll talk about that on Monday because it's gonna be a good topic, and we're gonna dive into that mind.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Then in the 7th year, thou shalt let him go free from thee. 13. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress, of that wherewith the Most High thy power hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt, and the Most High thy power redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this.
And you got to think about Laban. Laban was from what?
Midian,
right? But think about was it Jacob?
Yeah, Jacob.
Why did Jacob have to sneak away? First of all, he said he's supposed to free him after the 7th year. He made him work for how many years?
14.
Right. So he doubled him up, right? Got him there. Then he had to sneak away. Why? Because Laban wasn't going to hold to this. It said he was supposed to fully furnish him. He had to do what with the cattle? With the sheep. He had to doctor the sheep.
Right.
And he had to breed the sheep in a way where he came away with all the good sheep. And Laban got the spotted, right? Because he knew that Laban wasn't going to do this. He wasn't going to let him go with his kids. He said, that's my wife. No, what did he say? He said, those are my daughters and my children. That's what Laban said. Like, nigga, those ain't your children. That's my wife and those are my kids. He had to sneak away because he knew Laban was not going to hold to this. Even being from Abraham, they veered from the law. Even just being able to be moral and civil with one another, they veered from that. I mean, you don't want to do that, right? A cat's about to leave. He served his time. Hey, you need something to go with, to go build yourself. You know, but ain't that how they did us in slavery? Like, pick yourself up off your bootstraps, but they gave us no boots.
Yeah. And it was long after 7 years.
You know what's funny? Kanye, I hate quoting retarded celebrities, but he says some of the most epic things. Like when he said Harriet Tubman didn't free the slaves. He was absolutely right.
Right.
She freed slaves from one part of the country, they went and became slaves somewhere else.
And they had a Netflix show about that.
Mm-hmm.
But they changed the name.
Didn't they? Wasn't it called like Freed, or it was a Harriet Tubman show, right, or a movie?
I think it's called H.
Harriet. It was called Harriet, wasn't it?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
It's a movie they came out with. Yeah, there's a movie that called Harriet. Yeah.
All she done was take them to north, and they became brothers, cooks.
And they became us, working for to be slaves. But I say that I lost my train of thought. Anyway, go ahead, read on.
You were saying it's because we're going on the how we're in slavery and releasing our people.
Right. I lost it.
You lost
We're
it.
talking about Kanye and how he put it.
Right, but I lost why I said that.
That's from physical slavery to mental slavery.
That, but there was something I was getting at with. It's all good.
Oh, dang.
You said what? Oh, you talking about Alzheimer's? Damn. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 15, last precept. Therefore I command thee this thing today, and it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go away from thee, because he loveth thee and thine house, because he is well with thee. Then thou shalt take an awl, and thrust it through his ear into the door, and he shall be thy servant forever. And also unto thy maid servant thou shalt do likewise. 18. It shall not seem hard unto thee when thou sendest him away free from thee, for he had been.
Let me ask y'all a question. It just hit me. Can we make slaves of Israel?
No.
Right. Can we buy and sell each other in slavery?
No.
Right. So when it says, if thy brother and Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, that's talking about. You see how that's talking about all the other ones that came from Abraham? Right. We could have them as servants and slaves, but we couldn't have like the 12 tribes. We weren't selling one another into slavery. You see that? Right. Just making sure that's clear. We didn't have, like, I couldn't put a Benjamite, being a Benjamite, into slavery. I owe you my slave. Now, if you want to work off a debt, that's different.
Right.
You can work off a debt, but being bought, I can't buy him I can't buy him from someone else. You see, we weren't selling and buying each other as Israelites, 12 tribes. Now, Edomite, yeah, might cop one of those, right? Ishmaelite, might buy one of him. What else? Who else came from? Who else would be technically? Elam, Ammon, Moab. Oh yeah, you can definitely buy them. But you couldn't buy like a Judite couldn't go buy a Benjamite. We didn't buy each other in slavery. All right, but we did work off debts. We did work off debts that were owed, and you still had to release that person. This right here is showing you that if this servant or this slave wanted to stay with you because they liked the way you did your thing, they like the way you think about it. You think any of Solomon's servants was trying to leave? They was adorned like the king. They wasn't trying to leave. They were like, man, we happy to stay. They were decked out. They thought that they were the king. David had Edomite servants. They wasn't trying to leave. He dealt with them the right way. You see that? So garrisons of Edomites. So it was showing you that even in a servitude manner, we can deal with people cordially. You know, the way we were put into slavery, that wasn't the way. The beating and the excessiveness, you got to watch. I hate watching them. Like, go watch that Nat Turner when they was shoving a funnel down somebody's teeth. They knocked out their teeth and shoved the funnel to feed them to keep them healthy, but then they killed them anyway. It's like, just beat this dude to half the way to death, where you knocked out his teeth to get him to eat. They wouldn't eat. You know, it's little things like that where you got to see, even in this, they weren't forced to stay with us after a time. You see that? So even slavery had a level of wisdom and righteousness to it that, you know, it do the white man some justice to read.
So, like during the time of King Solomon, like the Queen of the South went up to, saw all the servants and all these, there was not just, so the servants that were during the time of King Solomon were everybody else, right? In that sense of servitude and like dominion in the sense of how we as rulers in the mighty, so this what's posing in my mind during this time is like, all right, we got our peculiar people.
Listen, we can have servants. What I'm saying is slaves.
God.
We can have slaves of our people. See, this is going into see, when you read this Deuteronomy,
Yeah.
they were enslaved in a way. We were buying them, just like how they bought us in slavery, right? We weren't paying them to serve us. The only payment they got was they lived in the house, you know, they lived amongst us. Now, if they wanted to be loosed from that, then it was just saying, don't send them out empty. Give them a little something so they can get their life started, because they're doing a whole nother life. Solomon has servants, right? So they were getting some form of payment. They were servants. It's a little bit different. They were doing a job, willing, you know, they was getting paid. So it's a little bit different. They weren't getting paid in Deuteronomy. They weren't getting paid. We bought them from someone else to go plow the field or take care of the cattle. They weren't getting paid for that.
So the slave wasn't a possession since it was bought with a price.
Yeah. Look at it just like us, except for we weren't feeding them chitlins. We weren't knocking their teeth out to get them fed. We weren't stealing their kids, right? We weren't knocking down their women, taking their wives. We weren't all the things they did to us in slavery. Bug breaking. We weren't raping their men. A stranger of another nations came and we raped them. Nah, that was Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? They did that. We didn't do that. You see what I'm saying? We dealt with them with righteousness. The whole thing was to show to deal with them with righteousness. Why would a servant or a slave want to stay with a master? Well, obviously, because you treated him right. Obviously, you had some type of decorum about yourself and level of respect where he knew his job, right?
Especially when you know if you leave, he gonna give you a little piece.
Yeah. Think about it. The scripture's going to tell you if you beat a servant and you hurt him, what would happen? Or a slave and you hurt him, you knock out his eye, what happened?
Pay for that.
You got to pay for that. So you weren't just abusing the servant or the slave. You weren't abusing them. Not like how they did us. They knocked out our teeth. Did they give us teeth back? Nah. George Washington was wearing our teeth. You see? I mean, you got to see there's a level of wisdom even on how to have a servant, slave,
That's right.
and how to perform those duties. But they skip over that. Nobody wants to deal with that. They always deal with the white man used the Bible to enslave us, and well, how come they didn't go to this part where it said 7 years we could be released? What's that?
We have servants now.
Can we have servants now?
Like hire someone.
Hey,
Like,
listen.
flip the road. Say, yo, do
I
this.
mean, what would be the need of a servant now? How could a slave have a slave? I mean, think about it. I could go at that two ways. The scriptures say rehearse the righteous acts. Right? But at the same time, why would a slave need a slave?
True.
You still got to serve punishment, so it wouldn't be fitting for you to have a servant. You still trying to finish out your punishment. Right? So right now there's not even a need for that. You got to get past our hump, and then our time will come. Remember, he that leadeth into captivity will be led into captivity.
That's right.
So it's going to happen.
Patience.
It's just, this is the patience of the saints. Be patient. I don't need nobody out there licking up the dust of my feet. You're going to do that anyway. Right? You go to Isaiah, go read Isaiah, lick up the dust. Like, I don't need you to lick my feet. I'm good. You're going to be licking up a lot of dust in the kingdom. You're going to be the dust. You're going to be the dust. You're going to be the scum. And you're going to be, man,
I'm done.
yeah, bro, like I said. You know those 6-pack of wolves, the sleigh dogs that pull the chariot?
In the snow.
Huskies that pull the chariot? Yeah, man. I'm going to have me a 6-man team. The strongest Nebraskan Edomites I could find. And they're going to be pulling my chariot. Cornbread fed.
They gotta be fast.
And they're going to be pulling that chariot, man. And I'm going to make sure I always got some weight on it. Like, damn, he always going to ride heavy? Yeah. All metal. Yeah, bro. They're going to have to serve their time, just like we did. But it's not going to be the way they did it. You see that? So right now, no, we don't need servants. You don't need handmaidens. You don't need again, why does the slave need a slave?
What's so crazy, just in the thought, especially how you posed it as well, is in my family, right? There's like all the elders in my family have to have, because of their disabilities, providers, right? In-home providers. And off of experience of how my family, and these are their own people too, right? So these are Issacharites getting hired help, which are Issacharites as well. But my family in that position, they run game, they abuse them mentally, emotionally, physically, in the sense that the type of work that they instill on them, you know what I mean?
The hard labor.
They'll get their pay and they'll be like, yo, but I'm gonna need half of that pay. You know what I mean? Whatever you make, you gotta give it to me. And it's crazy. It's kind of disgusting. As in a sense, still like right now, we're still writing out our punishment and our captivity. You know what I mean? And it's like how unjust we are as a people, especially because we don't read the scriptures. You know what I mean? And I mean that's it. But,
right. Go ahead, jump that.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 18. It shall not seem hard unto thee when thou sendest him away free from thee, for he hath been worth a double hired servant to thee, in serving thee 6 years. And the Most High thy power shall bless thee in all that thou doest. All the firstling males that come out of thy herd and of thy flock thou shalt sanctify unto the Most High thy power. Thou shalt do no work with the firstling of thy bullock, nor steer the firstling of thy sheep, or shear, nor shear the firstling of thy sheep. Verse 20. Thou shalt eat it before the Most High thy power, year by year, in the place which the Most High shall choose, thou and thy household. And if there be any blemish therein, as it be lame or blind, or have any ill blemish, thou shalt not sacrifice it unto the Most High thy power. Thou shalt eat it within thy gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the roebuck and as the hart. Only thou shalt not eat the blood thereof. Thou shalt pour it upon the ground as water. Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 1. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto the Most High thy power. For in the month of Abib, the Most High thy power brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. I'm not saying.
Okay, let me make sure I clear this up. I think I might have stated it wrong. Go to Leviticus 25. I just want to make sure it's clear. Let's just make sure that this is clear. Go to Leviticus 25. Oh, man, I was here. Leviticus chapter 25, 39.
Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39.
Go ahead.
And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee
Right.
be waxen poor,
Right.
and be sold unto thee,
Right. So if your brother be waxen poor and sold unto you, go ahead.
thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant.
Right. So I was saying it right. A bond servant. What is a bond servant?
Is that someone who works off the debt?
Let's look it up. Well, think about it. In Deuteronomy 28:68, it said, "You shall be sold for what? Bond men and bond women, slave men and women."
Right.
So you couldn't take your brother as a slave. I did say it right. I just wanted to. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that's clear and that I was saying it right, and that y'all got the scripture. So let's say he waxed poor, right, and he was working off a debt to someone else. They could sell him to me, but I couldn't make him work for free. I couldn't make him a bond servant. Right, he'd have to be what? Read on.
But as a hired servant.
But as a hired servant. So he'd have to get a wage. He'd have to get a wage. We have to agree on a wage for him that he's working. Or whatever debt he's working, that could be put into the wage. Hey, I'll pay you $15 an hour, but you owe me $500. So I'll pay you $15, but you gotta pay me $7 of that $15 per day, whatever. However you worked it out so you can get that debt up off him. Go ahead.
And as a sojourner,
Right.
he shall be with thee,
Right.
and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee.
Right, so he could go all the way to that 7th year, or he could choose to stay after Jubilee. If he liked the living situation, he was like, man, this dude's dope. He's a good bro. I don't want to go out and do my own thing like that. I'd rather just stay with him and be a servant to him. But he'll pay me. He needs the help. Hey, nothing wrong with that. It got to be a mutual agreement, though. You see that? He could stay after the year of Jubilee or he could leave. That was up to him. Go ahead, watch, read.
And then shall he depart from thee,
Right.
both he
Right.
and his children,
Come on.
with him,
Right.
and shall return unto his own family,
Come on.
and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return.
Why? Because we served free slavery in Egypt. So the Most High was trying to remove that mind from us.
Yeah.
And bring us into this different mind. Read on.
For they are my servants,
Right.
which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt.
Right.
They shall not be sold as bondmen.
You see that? So he's talking about Israel. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor,
Go ahead.
but shalt fear thy power.
Watch this. Read.
Both thy bondmen
Right.
and thy bondmaids,
Read.
which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen.
Shall be of the what?
Of the heathen
Come on.
that are round about you.
Right.
Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids.
Right. You see that? Right. Them you should buy bondmen. So we didn't have slaves of our people. We didn't enslave our own. But we did have servants of our people. So Solomon's servants, they could have been a mixture of different nations as well as Israel. But they were servants, not slaves. There's two different words, two different meanings. A servant, like Jeffrey from the Fresh Prince. He was a servant. He was a butler.
Yeah.
He had his own room, right? Jeffrey, he had his own quarters.
Oh, yeah, that was it.
And they paid him. And they probably didn't pay him as much because he lived on the ground. You know, like when you get these, these nanny jobs, they're kind of like a servant. And if you are a live-in nanny, they may not pay you as much as a wage because you live on the quarters. They might give you a room because they want you 24 hours, or they might pay you more because you got to live there. It just depends on how they do it. When you can live there with them, you take care of their kids, 24 hours, the kids are sick, you're the servant for that family's kids. They pay you. Same thing with us. We didn't have bondmen and bondwomen of our people. Right? Read verse 45.
Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you,
Right?
of them shall ye
So
buy,
you can buy the children of the strangers. Go ahead.
and of their families
Right?
that are with you,
Right?
which they begat in your land,
Right?
and they shall be your possession.
They shall be your what?
Your possession.
Go ahead.
And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children.
Man, it's so cold because Esau took this and flipped this right on our heads.
He did. He did.
Bow! Pow drive. Look, you're my possession. They didn't point out the part where he was talking to Israel. Go ahead.
For your children after you.
Right?
To inherit them for possession.
Right?
For they shall be your bondmen forever.
Go ahead.
But over your brethren,
Right?
the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor.
Right. Y'all get that?
God.
Very important that we understand the differences. Yes, sir, William.
So, like this verse in Deuteronomy 14,
Right?
where it says that you're not allowed to leave with the children, that wasn't referring to Israel, sir.
Deuteronomy 14 and what? Deuteronomy 14 and you talking about? You talking about Deuteronomy 15?
Come on,
And
15.
12, it says, and when thou sendest him, it's Deuteronomy 15:13. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of the flock and out of the floor and out of the winepress, of that wherewith the Lord God hath blessed thee. And thou shalt give unto him, and thou shalt remember that thou was a bondman in the land of Egypt. It's not saying that. Oh, you got the wrong one? When you find it, let me know. We just left off of Deuteronomy 25, right? Leviticus 25 and 39? Is that what it was?
It was 46.
46.
Right. When you find yours, William, let me know. Let's jump back.
Come. This is Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 2.
Who reads?
2.
Really? Perfect.
Deuteronomy chapter 16 verse 2. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto the Lord thy God of the flock and the herd in the place which the Lord shall choose to place his name there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt all the days of thy life. Verse 4. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts 7 days, neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrifices the first day at even remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, but at the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to place his name in, there thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou camest forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt turn in the morning and go unto thy tents. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work therein. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto the Lord thy God with a tribute of a freewill offering of thine hand, which thou shalt give unto the Lord thy God, according as the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, in the place which the Lord thy God hath chosen to place his name there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondsman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the feast of tabernacles 7 days. After that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levite, the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord shall choose. Because the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thine increase and in all the works of thy hands. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all the males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Lord thy God shall give thee.
That's it.
Oh, my bad. That was verse 17. We're going to jump to Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 11.
I don't read it all.
Isaiah chapter 54 verse 11. O thou afflicted, tossed with tempest, and not comforted, behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colors, and lay thy foundations with sapphires.
Speaking of Israel, go ahead.
And I will make thy windows of agates, and thy gates of carbuncles, and all thy borders of pleasant stones. And all thy children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be the peace of thy children. In righteousness shalt thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression, but thou shalt not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near thee.
Right, so this is the future prophecy when we get into the kingdom. He said our children shall be taught of the Lord. So remember, and I should have went here last week, you had asked the question, William, were we going to have to teach our children? Yeah, it's telling us right here. We would have to teach our children. Go ahead.
Verse 15. Behold, they shall surely gather together, but not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against thee shall fall for thy sake. Behold, I have created the smith that plowed the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work, and I have created the waster to destroy.
Sir.
It says in Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31, that laws will be written in our heart, which is our mind.
Right.
And someone when we come back and be regeneration, right?
No.
It's talking about the people that gonna make it out of here.
This is the thing. You got to just look at it. The Most High is not the author of confusion, right? He's not going to do anything different than what we can comprehend. So, me and you, we're grown-ups, right? Now, let's just think about it even now. Is the law in our inward parts? Well, some laws are, right?
Well,
Jeremiah.
we have to learn them, though.
Hear me out. You're right. We did have to learn them, but for the most part, let's deal with the ones that we've already learned, right? Like, let's deal with the dietary law. Do I have to say, Ronnie, why you keep eating bad? Why you keep breaking the food law? No, right? It's already in you. You already know. You're not gonna go get Baconators. You're not gonna go over to Lotus and get shrimp, crab, lobster. Yeah. You already know that, right? So the law that Jeremiah 31 and 31, that is already happening.
But it says it in Hebrews too.
Yeah, but
this is what I'm saying.
Go ahead. Yeah, all Paul was doing was quoting. All Paul. Hold on, real quick. Let's stick with one thing and then go to the next. All Paul was doing was quoting Jeremiah, right? That's what he was doing. He was reminding. But that still doesn't take away the fact that Jeremiah 31 and 31 is already happening. Are we fully there yet? No, because we still have to teach. Right? Now, a baby that comes into the world, they don't comprehend anything. If you don't teach them anything, what are they going to do?
The Bible says we might have to teach them.
Let's go to the scripture and let's see who it says we ain't going to have to teach.
The nation.
All right, so let's go to it. Let's go to Jeremiah 31 and 31. It don't say we ain't gonna have to teach the children. That's why I use the now to try to give you this understanding that Jeremiah 31 and 31, just hear me out. It's already happening. Am I wrong or am I right?
You're right.
Why is it already happening? Do you have to be told, Ricardo, don't eat pork? So that law is in you. Do you have to be taught? Do every day you wake up, you got to call me, hey, shalom, priest. Do I not commit adultery today, or do I? No, because do you got to do that? Do you got to be reminded of adultery? You see, there's certain things. Hold on. There's certain things that are happening where we don't have to be taught anymore. So Jeremiah 31 and 31 is already happening. Now let's translate that over to the wee little ones. If Jeremiah 31 and 31 is already happening, we got babies in the school right now. Aren't we going to have to tell them what is clean and what is unclean?
We ain't gonna be here that long.
I hope not.
I hope
not. But check this out.
Mm-hmm. But no. Let's do, for the sake of, okay, put it like this. Even right now, I got a 7-year-old son. I got to show him every day what's wrong and what's right, no matter what, in the moment. I got to teach him. Because why? Children. It says, watch this. Go to Ecclesiastes real quick. You got it? Yeah, go there real quick. We'll get it. No.
Yeah, in the Bible.
In the Bible.
It's
Go to. Oh no. Proverbs 22:15. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Proverbs.
God. The book of Proverbs.
Right.
Chapter 22, verse 15.
Go ahead.
Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child.
Right. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. That's what the Bible says. So, no matter what, we have to train our children, train up a child in the way that he will go, he will not depart. We got to train them. We got to show them. You still, even though, like the scriptures say, it's going to be all righteousness in the kingdom, right?
Sure.
Don't we still got to show them what that righteousness is?
But in this kingdom, we cannot keep the law perfect. So
We know that.
When we get to that kingdom, we're going to be keeping the law perfect.
Right, because there's not going to be no...
We're going to be teaching the other nations.
Now, okay, so now think about that. Why would we have to teach the other nations?
Because, they feel
Right.
they're going to enter into the gate.
Right. So think about a child, though, that knows nothing. Empty slate. Think about it. The heathen are still going to be around. They can learn from that, right?
I understand that. I'm not being combative.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not.
Understand.
I know you're not.
But what it said it could be put in our inward parts.
Right?
That's when we come out the womb.
It don't say that. It don't say that, and it don't work the way it don't work the way like that. It's not gonna work
in
that.
this kingdom, you cannot even keep the law.
Well, we still try it, right?
I know it. You got to.
Think about it. Think about it. You're still keeping some laws, right?
But in that kingdom, the kingdom to come, we're gonna be we ain't gonna be doing no kind of going off no kind of way.
Right. Because if so, you're out of there.
Yeah.
But now think about that. You just said we'll be put to death.
Ain't that, we're gonna have a jail or something?
No. Listen. I want you to listen to what you're saying. I want you to listen to what you're saying. That if you can be put to death, that means you can do something wrong. Why would it said the law shall go forth from Zion?
That's why the
right?
That's why the law is gonna be put in our inward.
Go to Jeremiah 31 and 31 real quick.
I know about Jeremiah 31. Hey, check it out.
I know what you're thinking.
Because I can explain it better. I don't know. But I'm just saying, we ain't gonna be breaking the law.
I'm not saying, but see, I think you're missing teaching and breaking the law. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Like, again, how are we going to be showing our kids righteousness? How are they going to be seeing the law from us? They're going to see us do it, right? And they're going to follow it. So are they not going to be taught? You mean to tell me that they're going to just pop out the womb? You think they're going to pop out the womb and just be like, oh, sacrifice animals?
That's what I'm trying to get to understand, because that's what I thought.
No. They're going to be seeing us do righteousness. They're going to see it. They're going to have the example of us being, it says, and your children shall be all righteous. It does say that. Why? Because we're going to be righteous. We're going to be doing the righteousness. So it's the cause and effect. Where because we're doing it, they have no choice but to follow it. That's all they're going to see. Let's read it. Huh?
I was going to say a better way for men to understand. If you don't see no evil, you can't learn it.
Thank you. Thank you. So all they're going to see, remember it says, we just read it, I know you're not being combative. We just read it.
I know I got good teachers, that's why I'm here.
Right, I know. I know you're just trying to get it, Nicodemus. I know.
But that's the only part, that's the only scripture that I'm kind of combative with.
Right.
Because I might be confused or something, because I really don't know the Bible like y'all know it. But it reports say you ain't going to teach them no more.
Well,
Something like that.
well, let's read it. Let's read it real quick. Let's read it.
I know we got to teach the nation. Read it in them. That's why we had Roy and all
They break that law, they're dead. The kingdom and nation that will not serve you, put to death.
Break them into pieces.
Yeah, but guess what they're gonna see? Guess what they're gonna see? They're gonna have an example of if you break the law, what? You're gonna die. It ain't gonna be. So what are they gonna? Either it's gonna be in their mind to do what? Follow righteousness or follow their way. So it's not gonna be like, hey brother, you know adultery is wrong, right? Oh, you didn't know? Okay, here, come here. Come here real quick. Let's go to the Exodus chapter 20 and verse 2, right? And I gotta sit him down. Why? Because we're not gonna know that. We're not gonna be on that. We're gonna be on how we serve the Most High. Like he said, you see no evil, right? You're not gonna want to do that. Go back to where were we just at? We were just in
Proverbs?
No, Isaiah, right? 54 said, all your children shall be taught of the Lord.
Right.
Now, think about it right now. If all our children were able to just be taught of the Lord only, wouldn't they all be righteous? And you wouldn't have to, every man his neighbor, hey, don't commit adultery, hey, don't do this, hey, don't do that, because the children would grow up already knowing what to do and what not to do.
This is the reason why he tried to keep us from the rest of the nation anyways.
Was not to learn that filth. Right. We had all you gotta do is take it back. Hey, if you're on the phone, Jermaine, take that to the back, please. Think about Adam and Eve. Right? They only knew one way until another way was introduced. You see that? They only knew one way. Then another way was introduced, and then what happened? It tells you that's when the death and the sin was appointed into all generations. So read Isaiah. Read Jeremiah 31.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 31,
Right.
verse 31.
Right?
Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
And hold on. And before you read, right?
Right.
New covenant, right?
I want you to think about something. Well, so there's going to be a new covenant that's coming, right? So when did we get the old covenant?
Say, we will keep
The old covenant. There's a new covenant that's coming. It's not 100% here yet, but when did we get the old covenant? When and why did we get the old covenant? We remember.
Moses wrote the old covenant, right?
Remember, we got the old covenant when we were leaving Egypt. Because when we were in Egypt,
Right.
we didn't know the law. We didn't know we didn't know what we needed to know in Egypt. We knew the Egyptian ways. So when we were being led out of Egypt, that's when we got the covenant, which is the old covenant, if you want to say that, right? We got that, which taught us, and that's how we knew the law. That's how we got the laws, the moral, the civil, the dietary, the ceremonial, all that, right? We weren't doing none of that in Egypt, so that's why we were taught it, right? So obviously, like you were stating, we couldn't keep it 100%, right? But let's read down. I'm gonna finish the statement, but let's read down.
Verse 32.
But I just wanted to throw that part of, remember when we got it and why we got it. We got it when we were leaving Egypt, and we got it because we didn't know about it. Let's go to verse 32.
Verse 32. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt.
Go ahead.
Right, because that covenant was the stipulation was if you didn't follow, you died, right? There was death associated with that covenant. We know that. Go ahead.
Bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break.
Right.
Although I was an husband unto them,
Go ahead.
saith the Most High. Verse 33. But this shall be the covenant that I make with the house of Israel.
Right.
After those days, saith the Most High.
Right.
I'll put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts.
Right. So if you're dealing with, so let's just look at it like this. Let's just look at it like this. You got two parents that are devout Islam, devout Muslims, right? And they raise their children as, and that's all they see is what their parents show them. Wouldn't they be that? Because there's nothing else for them to see. So, dealing in the kingdom now, when it says that our children shall be taught of the Lord, that's all they're going to be taught of. There's not going to be room to, let's go slide over here and, hop on TikTok and hop on Instagram and hop on this BS and be swayed. Think about it. What pulls us away from the law being in us?
Say what put us away.
What pulls us away from the law? What destroys the law from being in it? The law is in all of us. The law is spiritual, right? And our spirit resonates with us. But what destroys the law from being in us?
Lust.
Everything else, the whole world,
The world.
right? Remember Paul? Wasn't the law in Paul?
Okay, I get it.
Romans 7, right? When he said, "Oh, wicked man that I am," the battle to do good, the things that I would do, I do not. We're not going to have that battle, is what it's saying. Because why? The negatives aren't going to be presented. Your parents ain't gonna be. I was thinking about this the other day. You know, when you have kids and stuff, you start thinking about different things. And I was putting the baby to sleep, and we just pat him to sleep. He'll fuss and he'll suck on his hand, but he doesn't use a pacifier. He used that 2 days in the hospital. They handed me the baby. They handed me the pacifier. The pacifier went right in the trash, right in front of them. They looked like, I was like, yeah, he don't need that. He's good, right? And I'm like, we think about it. We teach our children so many things just to make them unlearn it. Me and you were talking about that. Yep. You teach them to use the pacifier just to take it away from them, to say don't use it no more. Because after a while, you're like, oh, you don't need that no more, right? But why even teach it to them? Why even give them the pacifier? Why even give them, think about it. They know the golden arches. They know what McDonald's. They know candy. They know all that stuff, right? But it's like, why just eliminate that, the giving them something to have to reform them? Just don't give it to them. You see, so it's the same type of thought where they're not going to be given all the things that destroy our children. All the things what destroys righteousness? What destroys righteousness?
Sin.
Right. They're not going to be given the sin. The things that are sinful, that's not going to be in the kingdom. So they're not going to be learning that at all. You see that? But they're going to be learning, right? They have to learn. They're going to be watching us perform righteousness. You see that? They're going to watch us perform it, and they'll learn that. Why would it say, go back to Isaiah real quick. Go back to Isaiah 54.
13.
Read that, 54:14.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 14.
13.
Huh?
13.
13.
Okay. Right, read that.
Verse 13.
Right?
And all thy children shall be taught of the Most High.
Why would it say that? When is it? First of all, let's put it into perspective.
Okay, I get it.
You get it now? Like, where is this going to happen?
I ain't never read that scripture.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
I probably didn't
That's
understand
fair.
it. I probably took it with the other stuff.
Say it again.
When I read it, I probably didn't understand it.
That's fine, bro. But that's why we're here to sort it out. But you see, you just gotta look at it. Remember, the Most High is not going to do anything illogical, and it's the simplicity that's in Christ. So the same way we're trying to establish, how do you establish any type of righteousness? Well, someone has to be taught and hold to it, and then each one teach one, and you keep teaching until you build it. It's the same thing. Now, in the kingdom, we're just not going to have that combativeness of, well, I'm trying to teach my kids, but some nigga down the block, I'm trying to teach my daughter, but some nigga down the block is trying to get her pregnant and leave her and defile her. That part ain't going to be there. You see that? Yeah. So read that one more time and then.
Isaiah chapter 54, verse 13.
Right.
And all thy children shall be taught of the Most High.
Go ahead.
And great shall be the peace of thy children.
Read verse 14.
Verse 14. In righteousness shalt thou be established.
Right.
Thou shalt be far from oppression.
So if we thought that this was any time other than in the kingdom, I go to this scripture to remind us. It said we'll be far from oppression. The only time that Israel is going to be far from oppression is in that kingdom. So our children have to be taught. You get it now? Okay, perfect. I mean, I know you didn't have to say. I know you wasn't being combative, Nicodemus. I know it's passion, baby.
I'm trying to get to the street. I don't even know why I brought that up.
Right. Go ahead. So do we need to jump back, or did somebody else have another question?
I had a.
Go ahead.
I had a scripture
You got it
there on
real
that.
quick.
Oh, there was a question.
Can somebody give me
There's a
Judges
question?
chapter 17
Online?
verse 6?
About it? Oh, okay.
Judges.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's Judges chapter 17 verse 6. Can somebody give me that real quick? And this Judges, I want y'all to keep in mind that the Judges, right? The Judges was after, we left Egypt and we got the laws and Moses passed and we were living in our land, right? So check this out. Judges chapter 17 and verse 6.
Judges chapter 17, verse 6.
Go ahead.
In those days, there was no king in Israel,
Go ahead.
but every man did that which was right in his own eyes.
But we had the law. Moses had gave us the law, but as you can see, like we still did what was right in our own eyes. Why? Because we didn't understand the law 100%. So when Christ came, Christ gave the understanding of the law, right? And that, of course, they didn't understand it then when he came. But Christ came to give the understanding of the law. So even today, you see it. You see it still today. There's a lot of brothers and sisters, a lot of different schools that still don't understand the law, still to this day. So when it goes into that new covenant, and it's talking about you won't have to teach your brother and you won't have to teach your neighbor. The scripture in Isaiah tells us that Christ is going to be the one teaching our children. So we're still going to be getting taught, but the only difference is now we're getting it straight from the horse's mouth. Where it's like we don't have to wonder, we don't have to miss, or we don't have to guess.
He said we know in part,
and
we prophesy in part, but in that day when Yahweh Shai comes, he'll make that part whole.
God.
So there has to be a teaching, or think about it. We have to be the ones that make it into the kingdom. Got to be taught how to be there.
God. It's like because in that same Corinthians it says we see through a glass half clear.
Right.
So we still don't have it all, right?
Right.
Going into this new kingdom, it's going to be a new kingdom. So we don't know what that's going to entail, because this right here is going to be destroyed. This is going to be a whole new everything, whole new land, whole new everything. So there's going to be a different setup.
The things that we're doing right now is to get to those gates.
Yeah.
Then once it's like, okay, yeah, you can make it, get out of here, you can make it, separate the sheep from the wolves. The ones that that are going to be able to get into the kingdom, they have to be shown the level of righteousness that's needed to be able to enter. And then what are they going to do? They're just going to teach everyone, their children that come after that. That's all it's going to be. So there has to be, when it says no, you teach no more your neighbor, meaning I'm not going to have to sit down with him as a grown man and teach him like, hey, the law says, why you doing this? Why you doing? He's already going to know. It's already going to be in him, and all he's going to do, he's going to pass that down to his children, and they're going to pass it to their children. But we're not going to be, and then it will be fully in us. It will be fully in us, but it still goes without saying that the children got to be shown, and they will be. Children, they're going to be learning by the example. Right. So we got that.
Yeah,
Oh, what's the is it on the
Yeah, it's on the topic.
Yeah, what?
So what's going to be the difference in the new kingdom from the kingdom of Adam? They had bad examples around them as well. When it comes to us all being righteous, I mean.
Because in the new kingdom, ain't nothing gonna be defiled. Because that nothing defiled can enter therein. That's the difference. Where Adam was there controlling the world, right, with the law, but they were able to be infiltrated, right? When you go to Revelations, or is it Revelations 21? It tells you nothing defiled is going to enter. That's going to be the difference. Where's it at? Let's see here. Watch, if you go, even if you read Revelation 21 and 8, watch. Which is the second in there. You got? What you got?
It's Proverbs 12 and 26. I could read it real quick.
Go ahead, read it real quick.
It says, "The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor,
right?
But the way of the wicked seduceth him."
Right.
So that's what happened in the time of Adam. You had this one righteous man there.
Perfect.
There's one righteous nation, I should say, but then you had all these other wicked nations around them. But in the kingdom, it's just going to be righteousness. That seduction.
We're going to be seducing them.
Yeah.
Basically, the law shall go forth from Zion, meaning they're going to bow to the law. It ain't even going to be about a man or men anymore. It's going to be about the law.
Like,
it's going to be about Yahweh Shai. So, think about it. The nation and kingdom that will not serve thee, bring them hither, and I will slay them utterly. He said that in Luke. He comes back and says that in Isaiah. Why? Because I'm going to wipe that out. Huh? Right. So, why? Just like we read in Deuteronomy. You have a son, a mother, a daughter that didn't want to follow you. You said pick up stones and kill them, right? Wipe that wickedness off the land. So you don't want to serve, they're going to be wiped out. So we're not going to, that's not going to be the example, sis.
So the free choice that we have now, we won't have it for, right? I mean, our choice is going to be righteousness and righteousness only.
That's all that's going to be in the gates. Yeah, so, I mean, I would imagine if you choose something else, you won't be there. You wouldn't be fit for the kingdom. you see what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I don't want to say, I mean, think about it. You went through all the oppression. Remember, we went through, the ones that's going to be there at the first went through all this oppression, went through all this suffering just to go there and do what we did here? Nah. You're going to see that kingdom and be like, okay, I see what I suffer for. I don't want to do wicked. I don't want to do, there's not going to be any real reason to do wicked and evil. You see that? So, I mean, did you find that one? Where it says,
don't want to do the wickedness anyways because you see the benefits of not doing it.
Right, even now. Right? Even now. Even you deal with Paul in Romans 7. Oh, wretched man that I am. And he was going through that battle between the spiritual man and the carnal man. Following the law, following the flesh. Right? At the end, he was like, man, I want to follow the spirit. Right? I want to, but the flesh, oh, wretched man that I am. Like, who could deliver me from this body of death? Like, because the spiritual man wants to follow the spirit, the law. The carnal, what does it want? It wants what feels good to it. Right. You know, so it's really about controlling that, the flesh. But we'll have that control. That's the thing. We'll have that control. Or else we won't be there. That's how you got to look at that. You won't be there. Did you get that one?
Revelations.
Is it Revelations?
21:27.
Read it.
"And there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination or maketh a lie."
See that? Hold that real quick. Revelation 21 and 8. "But the fearful, the unbelieving, and the abominable," oh watch, verse 7, "he that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his power, and he shall be my son. But the fearful, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, all liars shall have their part, which burneth with the fire and brimstone." So, all these things that won't enter into the kingdom, the effeminate, all That's not going to be us. We're not going to be looking to be this. Our mind is going to be, how do we serve the Most High in Christ? We're going to be looking at Yahweh Shai. I mean, or else again, we're not going to, you just won't be there.
You know what's crazy about just this conversation? It actually ties into the reading.
Yeah.
Because this won't be into the kingdom. This won't be there to even seduce us, to even make us think about doing this. And this is what we read about when we was going into our land in Egypt. I mean, in our land in Israel, we were supposed to destroy all these idols and these nations and get rid of everything. Mm-hmm. That way we didn't even think, or we weren't even curious about the gods that they used to serve.
Yeah, it wasn't a temptation.
Wasn't a temptation.
Like, think about it. Verse 24 in Revelation 21:24. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it. And the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor to it. I mean, that goes right along with Isaiah 60.
What scripture was that?
That's Revelations 21 and verse 24. That goes right along with Isaiah 60, Isaiah 14, Isaiah, 54. It goes right along with those that basically their choice is righteousness or death. That's the choice. Righteousness or death.
So there's a follow-up.
Right.
So it says, you said the Most High doesn't do things in a way we can't comprehend.
Right.
So what changed? Will we not be able to be seduced? Is it the experiences we have gone through from the beginning?
Well, that stuff is not, listen, it says it won't be around us.
He said, how is he going to make us impenetrable to the nations around us?
Because the nations are, give me the one that says the law shall go forth. Right. I think what y'all are not understanding.
They're not allowed into the gate.
First of all, they're not allowed into the gate, but if they're not following the law, they're dead. I think that's what y'all are not understanding. Right? Go to Isaiah 60 real quick. Let's just read the scriptures. I think y'all are thinking that the nations are going to have a choice.
Why is that? I thought it was Isaiah 2 and 3. Is that it?
No, Isaiah 60 and verse 12. Isaiah 60 and verse 12. Read
The
that.
book of Isaiah, chapter 60,
Go ahead.
verse 12.
Right.
For the nation and kingdom
Right.
that will not serve thee
Right.
shall perish.
Wait, they got a choice?
The nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
No, they can go do their own thing over in the wilderness.
That will not serve thee shall perish.
Yeah. Listen, when it's time for Passover, and it's time for everybody to celebrate the Passover, the nation that don't want to do that, they're put to death. They ain't got no choice. Like, oh, we want to go do our own gods and celebrate our own holidays. You think that the nations, while we're doing the high holy days, they get to do Christmas?
Like while we're doing Hanukkah?
Yeah, like while we're doing Hanukkah, they're like doing Christmas? No, they try to bring Christmas, they're dead.
That's right.
They try to bring Thanksgiving and New Year's, they're dead. That's what the Bible says. They're not going to have a choice. So think about it. If the choice is eliminated, the choice is being eliminated now to where you only have one choice, which I guess is not a choice, right? But they still have a choice. Follow righteousness or die. So they still have a free will. You can do whatever the hell you want. But I think we're looking at the free will and doing what you want and punishment as the same. No. The punishment is it's the byproduct of doing what you want.
Yeah.
You see that? So either way, there's a blessing and a cursing. Follow the law, be blessed. Walk in the light of Israel.
That's right.
Go against it, be put to death. But we ain't going. You said what? Baruch 4:1. Right. That's another good one. But think about it. We're not going to be trying to chase the nations when they're going to be. We and them are going to. Our lives are going to be orchestrated through the law. That's going to be the choice.
You know.
Did you find out? Somebody had their hand up. Micah.
Well, I guess that's what I couldn't see. I'm not in the kingdom.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, well, I get there,
Right.
and everything, and I'm going to be, sitting at the Yahushai's feet and everything, but, are there still going to be remembrances of, I
Right?
And so, curiosity.
Oh, what do you say?
Killed the cat, you know?
Right, and right, we read it in Wisdom of Solomon, right? The bewitching of naughtiness doeth obscure the things that are honest. We're not going to have the opportunity to be bewitched. Right? Who was saying Isaiah 2 and 3? Lewis? Perfect. Right? Go there.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 3.
Right?
As many people shall go and say,
No. Actually, don't go there. Go to Micah. I like the way Micah is worded. Go to Micah 4 and 2. Just on this, there's no choice for the nations.
Start one.
The book of Micah, chapter 4, verse 1.
Right.
But in the last days it shall come to pass that the mountain of the house of the Most High shall be established in the top of the mountains.
Come on.
And it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow unto it.
Right.
Verse 2. And many nations shall come.
See, the nations are going to come. Go ahead.
And say.
Read.
Come, let us go up to the mountain of the Most High.
Go ahead.
And to the house of the power of Jacob.
Go ahead.
And he will teach us of his ways.
Wait, no, we're going to teach them our ways.
And he will teach us of his ways.
No, we're going to show them how to keep Christmas going.
And he will teach us of his ways.
They're going to be learning about our ways. Go ahead.
And we will walk in his path.
We will do what?
Walk in his path.
Remember in Jeremiah 6 and 16 it said, ask for the old path, which is the good way. The nations are going to realize that, wait a minute, the way we've been walking is trash. They're going to want to follow the right path. Go ahead. Not all. Not all. You're going to have some prideful nations that are going to be like, nah, we ain't following that. Ain't no monkey going to lead me. Ain't no nigga going to lead. And they're going to be put to death. Go ahead.
For the law shall go forth of Zion.
Go forth what?
The law shall go forth of Zion.
Go ahead.
And the word of the Most High from Jerusalem.
So what that's saying is that the world will be controlled by the law. The law is going to go forth from Zion. I mean, you got to look at it like this. The nations that are saved, that are not destroyed after the thermonuclear destruction, the angels going through and ripping everybody down. You got to really, think about it. After they see all that destruction, you think they're really going to be in a place of rebuttal? Right. You think they're going to be really in a place of rebellion? They're going to be like, okay, a big black man just came and pierced the sky along with a billion angels. Our worst nightmare happened. We might as well follow, right? I mean, you would think. You would think.
When you think about it, right? The scripture says that if the Most High didn't reserve an elect, then we should all be at Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So when you look at what we went in captivity with Esau, and what Esau started putting out, the lies of the scriptures, if the Most High wouldn't have reserved that elect, the whole world literally would have thought like this. The whole world
like what?
The whole world literally would have thought that the laws are done away with.
Oh, right.
That Jesus Christ and the angels and the apostles and the disciples and were right. Everybody would have thought that, and it would have just went like it did. But until we started waking back up, but it would have just went. So you could see how it's now hard to fathom how when our kingdom comes, when we start living right, how the same thing that happened to us, the same thing that happened to the whole world, is what's going to happen. When Esau ran it, the same thing that happened then is what's going to happen with us. The only difference is ours is going to be in righteousness and the truth. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to make that kind of confusing, but the same thing. Esau did it. You could always look back and see that Esau did it. Esau and Satan tricked the whole world into them thinking that we're not Israelites, we're Canaanites, we're Africans, and the whole world ran with that, and the whole world still runs with that. But it's going to be a difference when Yahweh Shai comes back, where you can see how the whole world is just going to flow with it. And if they don't, they just die.
So like in times past, so I understand what's being said. In times past, had we just followed the laws that we were given, then what the nations are going to be forced to do in the kingdom, they would have done back then, had we just followed.
Yeah. If we would have not been, if we would have not been swayed into their ways of living and kept to our law, we'd already be in the kingdom.
Right. The Most High would have he would have had our back if they came up against us and tried to sway us.
Oh, watch. I got one for you. Isaiah 40. I go to Isaiah 40:11.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 11.
Go ahead.
He shall feed his flock like a shepherd.
41 and verse 11, Salaki. 41 and verse 10.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10.
Right.
Fear thou not, for I am with thee.
Right.
Be not dismayed.
Read.
For I am thy power.
Read.
I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness.
Verse 11, read.
Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded.
Right. Any nation that would have came up against us, if we would have held to our righteousness, would be what?
Shall be ashamed and confounded.
Go ahead.
They shall be as nothing.
They shall be as what?
Nothing.
Read.
And they that strive with thee shall perish.
This is the same exact thing that he reiterated in Isaiah 50. Behold, Isaiah 54 and verse 15. Behold, they shall surely gather together, but not by me. Meaning, I'm not the one that's gathering them against you. They're not gathering for my purpose and my will, talking about the nations. Whosoever shall gather together against thee shall fall for thy sake. You see that?
Die meaning Yahweh's sake or our
No,
sake?
thy, Israel, us.
Israel.
Yeah. Whosoever gathered against us, because that's what's going to happen. In the last days, they're going to gather again. They're going to try to gather against us.
Right.
Even when it's time for them to bring the forces of the Gentiles, they're not all going to want to do it. Right? You think they ain't going to be trying to murmur and how do we overthrow them? Bro, the Most High is going to wipe them out. The nation, let's go right back to it. Isaiah 60 and verse 12. Let's go to Isaiah 14 and verse... Read Isaiah 60:12 real quick.
The book of Isaiah chapter 60, verse 12.
Right.
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall utterly be wasted.
You see that? Go to Isaiah 14 and verse 1. Isaiah 14 and verse 1 and verse 2.
The book of Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1.
Right.
For the Most High will have mercy on Jacob.
Go ahead.
And will yet choose Israel.
Go ahead.
And set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them.
Go ahead.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. Verse 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
Right.
And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
Right, so whoever don't want to go into servitude is dead. Go to Isaiah 49 and verse 25.
The book of Isaiah
23.
The book of Isaiah chapter 49 verse 23.
Read.
And the kings shall be thy nursing fathers.
Right.
And the queens thy nursing mothers.
Go ahead.
They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth.
So they're going to be serving us. Read.
And lick up the dust of thy feet.
Read.
And thou shalt know that I am the Most High.
Right. Now read on. Read verse 24.
For they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. Verse 24. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty?
Right. Where the prey? The mighty are the nations. Read.
Or the lawful captive delivered?
Go ahead. Verse 25.
But thus saith the Most High.
Go ahead.
Even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away.
You see that? He's saying that we're going to be taken out of our captivity. Go ahead.
And the prey of the terrible shall be delivered.
Prey of the terrible. We're the prey of the terrible right now. He said we're going to be delivered. So he's showing you that the roles are going to be reversed. Read.
For I will contend with him that contendeth
Go
with
ahead.
thee.
Read.
And I will save thy children.
Read.
Verse 26. And I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh.
Come on.
and they shall be drunken with their own blood.
I mean, what does that sound like? That sound like death to me. For anybody that doesn't want to listen,
Right.
anybody that doesn't want to bow, any nations that don't want to bow down, they're not going to have a choice. Read.
As with sweet wine,
Right.
and all flesh shall know that I, the Most High, am the Savior and thy Redeemer, the Mighty One of Jacob.
So I mean, they ain't gonna have no choice. Right. There's no options. Let's jump back and finish this up. Oh, it's me. Is Eric good?
Yeah, he hit back. He goes, I think I get it.
Yep.
In the time of the Adamites, the people around them were allowed to do what they wanted, without being whipped.
It wasn't that
Out.
It wasn't that they were
Wiped out,
able.
I mean.
It wasn't that they were able to do what they wanted. It was that Adam and Eve were seduced by the people. Remember, Adam was a kingdom. He had wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He had the law. The law was Adam was supposed to have dominion how? Through what?
Wisdom.
Through the wisdom and through the law. That's how he was able to dominate and have dominion and rulership. What happened was they allowed the nation's thinking to outweigh the law. Meaning they followed the nations instead of the law. You see that? It wasn't that they were allowed to do whatever they wanted. Adam was ruling the earth with the law and ruling the people. But then they started going off, and then they brought that to Adam, and Adam didn't hold to the law. You see that?
Wow.
They didn't hold to the law. They think about it. They were seduced by the serpent, right? So it's no different. Let's look at it like this. You know the law, right? Something real easy. We always talk about eating pork. We go out to go eat, or you go out to eat with somebody that don't follow the law, and they persuade you into doing certain things. Does it mean that you don't know the law? No, you just didn't hold to the law. It's the same thing with Adam. They just didn't hold to the laws, man. They went off from the law. They went and they, like it says, they sowed fig leaves of the other nation. They started to use the wisdom of the world, of the other nation, as opposed to the wisdom of the Most High.
So the Adamites were a nation. Basically, it trickled all the way up to the king. Boom. Right?
Basically, they were a nation of people. I mean, you won't really read like, oh, there was a king.
But when I'm just sitting back thinking,
Right.
You know, it had to trickle up somewhere. So.
Well, it trickled through all the people, and no matter what, King Supreme or servant of servants, they all got tainted.
Okay.
It said, no matter what, he said that they appointed death in his generations and in the tribes from just taking on that sin. So it wasn't that the nations were supposed to run rampant. We were supposed to rule over them. Adam was supposed to rule over all flesh.
Right.
Go ahead, what you got?
It's Zachariah chapter 8, verse 20. We can start at verse 20. Because instead of Adam and Eve getting seduced by the nations or looking at their ways and getting curious, it was supposed to be the opposite way.
Okay.
This right here is what should have happened. Go to read that Zechariah 8 and 20.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 20.
Go ahead.
Thus saith the Most High of hosts, it shall yet come to pass that there shall come people and the inhabitants of many cities.
Go ahead.
And the inhabitants of one city shall go to another, saying, let us go speedily to pray before the Most High, and to seek the Most High of hosts. I will go also. Yea, many people and strong nations shall come to seek the Most High of hosts in Jerusalem, and to pray before Yahweh.
Go ahead.
Verse 23. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard that the power is with you.
God, so this is how it was supposed to be. Where if Adam and Eve would have just kept their standard, all these nations would have came and grabbed hold of Adam and Eve and grabbed hold of that nation, the Adamites, and want to be like them because they know that the Most High is with them. But instead, Adam and Eve started doing what they were doing. So then they're looking at Adam and Eve like, okay, you just like us. There's no, there was no difference put between clean and unclean.
Nope.
Because they started being, they were made to be clean, and they started being unclean by following them. So there was no difference now. It was like,
Yeah.
just like us. No separation.
There was a bewitching of naughtiness.
Yeah.
Remember,
Which
it said
that's in Wisdom of Solomon. Where's that?
that's Wisdom of Solomon 4 and verse 12. Right? There was a bewitching, and it tells you.
He said
Why
he
did
got
he got it right? Okay, perfect. Why would the serpent have to be subtile? What does subtile mean? To be treacherous, malicious,
Right.
deceitful. So the serpent, even a serpent, this man was a serpent. Serpent is deceitful and treacherous. Subtile, malicious is a malicious person. So why would this man have to present himself in this way? To be able to get his influence in. You see that? To influence Adam away from the law. Right? Right. Where we at? Oh. Read. Isaiah 54, right? Right. Let's almost at the finish line. Went a little longer than I thought, man, but I mean y'all got good questions, so I like it. It's all good. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. That's part of our heritage. No weapon formed, but I mean, obviously we haven't inherited that yet because coronavirus is wiping us out. AIDS, crack, pride, hate, envy, jealousy, that's all wiping us out, man. So we got to get to this. This is going to be the establishing of righteousness. I'm going to read to verse 5 and 55. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye buy and eat. Yea, come buy wine and milk without money and without price. Right? Man shall not live by bread alone, but every word that proceeded out of the mouth of the Father shall man live. Wherefore do ye spare money for that which is not bread? Going right back into the pastors. Ain't that what the people do? They dropping money in the plate, but they can't eat off the pastor's wisdom. They can't eat off the pastor's knowledge. It's tainted. It's tainted fruit. Tainted fruit of the tree. Right? And your labor that for which that satisfieth not. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in fatness. A lot of our people's souls aren't delighted. They're not being filled, and that's why when they go to church, they're like, man, I'm just, man, my spirit, man, I'm not getting it. Man, I thought there was more. Man, there's more. And they come into the truth, and they're like, there it is. Remember them Sprite commercials, quench your thirst? Yeah. It's like them old Sprite commercials. And when they bust it open, you see, like, damn, you got to say that loud, but that's how it feels when your spirit is being refreshed through the word. The pastors ain't giving that, man. Verse 3, it's telling you that this ain't about food. Here it goes. Incline your ear. It was about you hearing the word. And come unto me, hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sore mercies of David. Verse 4. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that know not thee shall run unto thee, because of the Lord thy power, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he hath glorified thee. I mean, it even says it here. The nations that they don't be chasing after us. Right? Let's go to John. Any questions on that before we go to John? Last scripture. If you got questions, get them. If you got questions off the topic, get them. Keep that boy quiet. Class in session, little young man. Class in session, young man. You better be quiet back there.
Young priest.
Right? St. John 7:37. His first day in class. Nice. In that day, the great day of the feast, Yahushua stood and cried, saying, if any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. He that believeth on me, as the scripture had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water.
Right.
That wisdom, that knowledge, that understanding. But this spake he of the Spirit, which they that believe on him should receive. For the Holy Spirit was not yet given, because that Yahushua was not yet glorified. Remember, the Comforter that shall proceed from the Father in my name, even the Spirit of truth. That wasn't that Yahushua hadn't died yet. The Comforter wasn't needed. He was the Spirit. He was the Word.
Right.
He had to be glorified, put to death, so that that Spirit now can proceed from the Father. Verse 40. I'm reading the 52. Many of the people, therefore, when they heard this saying, said of the truth, this is the prophet. Others said, this is the Savior, the Hamashiach. But some said, shall the Hamashiach come out of Galilee? Hath not the scripture said that Christ cometh of the seed of David, out of the town of Bethlehem, where David was? Well, what was Yahushua known as? He was known of 3 cities, right?
Nazarene.
He was known as a Nazarene. Why?
Because that's where they fled whenever he was leaving
right.
Egypt, and he came to go into Jerusalem, but he was scared, and he went to.
They went into Nazareth a little bit. That was prophecy that he would go into Nazareth, right? He was born in Bethlehem, right? And Galilee was another city outside. You had Bethlehem down south, and you had Galilee, which was more north.
Right.
If my maps serve me right, my Google map brain. So there was a division amongst the people because of him. They couldn't even agree on where this man came from. See, our people they can't agree on nothing. They were divided off of the outward appearance of Yahushua and not what he was saying. They let what he was saying be skewed by, oh man, well, he said he was supposed to come from Galilee. Well, the Bible said he's supposed to come from Bethlehem. Well, he's a Nazarene.
Still listen to what he's saying.
Still listen to what he's saying. Right? And some of them would have taken him. Now, man, we went into this yesterday in class about them trying to kill him. Right? Check this out. Who was Yahushua speaking to here? He that believeth on me, as the scripture had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. Who was he talking to? He's talking to Israel. Talking to the Jews, right? Check this out. Because there was a question asked last night in class. Who killed Christ? What nation of people killed him? Verse 44. And some of them would have taken him, but no man laid hands on him. Some of the Jews would have taken him. Right? Then came the officers to the chief priests and Pharisees. They were Israelites. The chief priests and Pharisees were Jews. And they said unto them, why have you not brought him? The officers answered, never man spake like this man. Like, they're like, man, this dude, he's way above Obama level. You know, when you hear Obama talk, I remember the first speech I heard Obama, I was like, what is this?
Nobody knew who he was. And he just
Who
came
is
out
this
of
guy?
nowhere.
Yeah, he did come out of nowhere.
But his first major speech was not even for his ticket. It was 4 years before in the Democratic Party. He was speaking on behalf of the Democrats who was running against Bush that time. Forget who it was. It was 4 years before he ran for president. He spoke at the Democratic convention, and he was a beast.
Yeah, what's up?
Huh?
Yeah, Al Gore was running.
It was Gore. He spoke on Gore's behalf. He was a monster. He was a monster. It was like, dang, this dude. But so, I mean, you know, I'm saying that so you can equate. Obama got nothing on Christ. And these men were enamored in the way he spoke. They're like, we can't kill him. This dude, he's dropping it, right? Who's that brother teaching in the back? Who's that priest, right? Then answered them the Pharisees, are you also deceived? Have any of the rulers or of the Pharisees believed on him? But this people who knoweth not the law are cursed. Oh, here he is. Nicodemus saith unto them, he that came to Yahushua by night, being one of them. He was one of the chief priests and Pharisees. Doeth, and I mean, he was a smart man. Doeth our law judge any man before it hear him, and know what he doeth? This is one of the things where it was so hard for them to even put him to death. Pilate, he was like, I found this man, he's guiltless. Can't put him to death, he didn't do nothing. You go kill him according to your laws. But they were like, well, he didn't do nothing. Oh no, he did do something. He called himself the Son of God. Right? Verse 52, they answered and said unto him, Art thou also of Galilee? Search and look, for out of Galilee ariseth no prophet. And every man went unto his own house. Any questions? Any questions on the reading? I know we covered a lot. Anything off the reading? Hey, there's any questions on the reading on the chat? Moving quick.
The off on the one that read about the servant.
Oh, okay. Go there real quick.
It was Exodus 21.
Right? Exodus 21 and 20? Yeah. Right, so going back to the, remember, we were talking about Exodus 21 and 20. We were talking about Israel not having a servant, a slave of their people, bondmen. We can't have bondmen of our people. We got servants, but not bondmen. Go ahead.
21 and 2, I wanted to know, like...
Oh, 21 and 2. Right.
Said if he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If
right.
he married, then his wife shall go out with him.
Right.
His master give him a wife. And he said,
right. Exodus chapter...
Sons and daughters, the wife and children shall be his master.
Right.
So that was even for us too, like...
let's see here. And in the 7th he shall go out. So Exodus 21 and verse 2. Right? So... shall bring him to the judges and also bring him to the doorposts, and the master shall bore his ear through with it all and serve him forever. Yeah, this is going right along with what we just read. This is going right along with Deuteronomy, right? So let's go back real quick. We were in Deuteronomy. Let's make sure. We were in Deuteronomy 15 and verse 12.
15 said you don't send him out empty, but this one saying you keep his wife and kids if you want to.
Right? Let's see here.
It says to keep the wife and kids, the master keeps them. The master gave him the wife. Right.
Right. So, okay, if he come in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him.
Oh, yeah.
If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out by himself. Right? So, but let's think about it. Think about it. Did he have to keep the wife and the kids? No, he didn't have to keep the wife and kids. Watch. Go to where we at? We're at, what's the one in Deuteronomy 15 that we were looking?
15, 14,
right.
13.
Right. 13. Serve 6 years, 7th year, shall let him go free. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, out of thy floor, out of thy winepress. Of that wherewith the Lord thy power hath blessed thee, and thou shalt give him. Thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman. Right. Taking all. So it's going into the same thing, but it's showing you that basically that master, because if thou buy a Hebrew servant, it's the same thing. Verse 12, if thy brother, a Hebrew man or woman, be sold unto thee, and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. So you know what this is showing us? That master that bought that slave had two options. He could either let him go free with nothing, or he can furnish him with things. He can keep his wife and children that he gave him, or not.
But I'm saying that was still lawful for him to keep his wife.
If he gave it to him, it's telling you right here, watch. it's telling you right here, if his master have given him, this is Exodus 21 and verse 4. Somebody read that for me.
Exodus chapter 21 verse 4.
Right.
If his master have given him a wife,
right,
and she have borne him sons.
So if the master gave him a wife, he can keep that wife and children. Just like Laban, right? Wasn't Jacob given a wife?
Yeah.
Given two. That's why Laban was like, that's my children. That's my children. That's why Jacob had to sneak off, because he knew Laban, he wasn't gonna take kindly to him leaving. Why? He said, I'm blessed because of you. So if you leave, how do you spite a man if you don't want him to leave? Laban didn't want him to leave, right? What could he have done?
You hold back all his things.
Hold back the wife and the kids.
Right.
Jacob was like, bruh, I'm not even gonna let him get a chance to even do this. I'm leaving, I'm out of here. Took the wife, took the kids, hide the wife, right? And left. Laban came after them for what? He came after him to get his wife and his kids.
Well, to get his gods too.
And to get his gods. Right. But then the Most High came to Laban and was like, what?
Don't harm him.
Leave him alone. Right. Let him go. Then they sat down, they set up the altar, they ate, they made a covenant. Okay, I'm gonna let you go do your thing, I'm gonna go do mine. Just give me my pictures back. So if he was given the wife, he could keep it. That was the law. At the same time, he didn't have to send him out with anything either. Where you at?
Nah, if you read down on it.
Yeah, read down.
Yeah, you gotta read down on it.
Where? What verse?
21.
Verse 4. 21 and 4.
Right, I just read it.
Verse
Verse 21 and verse 4. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and the children shall be her masters. And he shall go out by himself. That's if he was given the wife, right?
Verse 5.
Right. If the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Meaning, I'm not going to leave.
Yeah.
This is what Laban wanted Jacob to do. He wanted him to stay with him. So he was going to try to hold back the kids and the women. Right? I don't want to go out free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges, and he shall also bring him to the door and unto the doorposts. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. I don't want to leave because I want my wife and my kids. Well, the stipulation with that is you want your wife and your kids, you got to serve.
You're going to stay forever.
Right, you got to stay forever. So Jacob knew the law. Laban, the thing with Laban was that he could have let Jacob go. For all the blessings that he blessed, all the gain that Laban got, that was, bro, he, first of all, he tricked him into working 14 years, right? He tricked him into working 14 years, gave him the wrong wife at the beginning. Like, it was all types of, changed his wages 10 times over. So the least he could have did was say, you know what, man, take your wife, take your kids, y'all go ahead and go. But Laban wasn't dealing justly.
Especially since Jacob worked the years to pay off for the two wives.
He worked, yeah.
And the extra 6.
And the extra 6. He worked the 14. He worked 20 years.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just the 14. He worked 20 years.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at this, it's understandable why, if the master gave the servant the wife, why, if he wants to go out, he can go out by himself, but the master keeps the servant and the wife and the kids. Because the servant, think about it, the servant, he's a servant because he don't got the money to pay off that master for whatever he's owed. So that servant obviously probably wasn't going to have the money to pay the dowry either to get the wife. You see what I'm saying? So that's why the master could have been like, nah, it's not the same situation. It is, but not exactly like Jacob and Laban. Because Jacob at least worked. He worked off. He made an agreement with Laban.
Yeah, it wasn't exact.
So he didn't make.
What's that?
Excuse me. So he didn't make him poor because when he said he did the sheep, because your demand's wealth was the animals.
It's not that he made him poor. He just made himself a little bit more rich because he knew he wasn't going to send him out with nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. He knew that Laban wasn't going to send him out with any type of cattle. What was the whole point? Think about it. You have a man his life is in your hands for 20 years, and you kick him to the curb or he leaves.
Nothing.
You got to give him some type of startup. Like, man, at least take a male and a female, right? Cattle. So he could start reproducing some cattle, he knew that Laban wasn't going to be in that mind. So he kind of set it up to where, okay, listen, I gotta be able to provide for these kids and for these women, right? For my family. So, you know, a little righteous deception. Oh yeah, I love it, right? That's why they hated herders, man, because we knew how to. Look what Jacob did. The Egyptians ain't trust us with that. They abhorred herders. They abhorred the Israelites because we knew how to breed them cattle. What's that? But before we go on, William, that makes sense? You see that part? Okay.
In retrospect of what we're speaking on right now, this Babylonian, Egyptian, Sodom and Gomorrah, American ideology practices in the sense of, since we're in captivity, since we're in servitude of these oppressors right now, in the instance of if a man and woman ask permission for the state to be wed, right? If that contract becomes void and they no longer want to be apart or in union with each other, then any commodity that came out of that contract goes directly back to the state, right? The oppressor. And that's the crazy thing about it. Just, you know, connecting that, because obviously, you know, when Christopher Columbus came and everything like that, they utilized the very same scriptures against us, just because we didn't understand it the way they were doing it, or we lost off by.
Well, after Columbus. Well, Columbus. Sure. Yeah, you're right.
But no, it just basically just making that connection. Like right now, we are in the captive state. We are in the oppressive state. You know what I'm saying? We are in servitude, and that's what they do. That's why the state comes in. If you're not going to school, the children's not going to school, or even with that Kamala Harris lady, like, oh, if your children ain't going to school, we're gonna fine you and imprison you and charge that as a felony. And that's just like,
damn, really?
The wickedness of God.
She did that, yeah.
She doing that in Cali?
She did that in Cali.
Yeah, she's a monster. Y'all can't wait for her to be y'all vice president.
She did that in Cali.
Is she a Benjamite or an Elamite? Man, stop it. Your daddy is Elam.
Daddy look like Benjamin to me.
You know where her dad came from? He came from East India also. Yes. He was an East Indian that moved to. Bro, you know how many Elamites are in Jamaica?
Her great grandfather is an Edomite, though.
Her what? Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
Great grandfather is an Edomite.
From what side? Her daddy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I believe it. Damn. So she's an Edomite, white woman. She was married to Montel Williams. Yeah. Was she left him because he got MS? Probably left him because he had MS.
That's wicked.
Oh, he got MS?
Yeah, he got MS. He was diagnosed in the 90s.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ooh. There it is. Watch that. All right, so we got that right with the slavery. We cool. I mean, even if you go to Leviticus 25, I'm gonna read this real quick. See, Exodus. You were just in Exodus, right? Exodus is giving us the in detail of if he has a wife, if he comes with a wife, if he doesn't have a wife. That's giving us in detail. Leviticus and Deuteronomy is giving us more of a less detailed version of the same exact thing. Watch. Leviticus chapter 25 and verse 39. If thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant. Same thing. But as a hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. So 6 years, 7-year loose. Then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children. See, this don't go into how his children came, how his children went.
Yeah.
The understanding is in Exodus. He gave the detail in Exodus. So now, if I gave you details in Exodus, I don't got to come back and be super detailed in Leviticus and super detailed in Deuteronomy. That's just how it's written. But the understanding is that if he came with his wife, he can leave with his wife. If his wife was given to him, then there could be a chance that when he left, he wasn't going to leave with that woman. If he loved her enough, he would stay. If not, I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to be here. I'm gone. So you see, the story is in 3 different places, but Leviticus gives us the in detailed explanation of what the understanding is. Y'all get that?
I have another question.
Yes, sir.
Why they call her African American then?
Bro, they call anybody black African American.
No, they don't. They don't call them regular.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How come they don't call Charlize Theron African American?
I don't know.
She's a white woman that was born in Africa.
Right.
She lives in America. Why they don't call her African American? Nicodemus. I don't know why they call her
Well,
African
I'm just saying,
American.
is this East Indians that run the stores around here? They don't call them African American.
Well, you got to understand. We're going further back into her lineage than what everybody else is going.
Oh, okay.
Her father, from what I understand, wasn't even born in Jamaica. He wasn't even born. He was born in India also, from what I understand. I could be wrong, but if you go further, like he went further, said her great grandfather is Esau, right? So Esau from where? There was the Edomites in Jamaica, way back. I got.
Jamaica full of them.
They're full of East Indians and they're full of Esau.
Plantation on Jamaican plantation.
Yeah, you see, so like you had Amalek in Jamaica. They had a whole Jewish community out there.
You know, her birth certificate actually says Caucasian. Her parents put her birth. They put Caucasian on her birth certificate.
But she married to a Jewish man.
No. Her when she was born, her race they put Caucasian.
They put it on mine too.
Yep. Put it on mine too. No, they didn't. They put it on mine. No, they didn't. They did not put that on my birth certificate. But that's the whole point. It's meant to confuse you. Oh yeah, we got a black woman for vice president, first ever, right? And then when you Barack Obama, wasn't he African American?
Nope. They ain't never called him African American.
Bro,
Obama.
Stop it. They call him the first African American president.
They called him the first black president.
Bro, they categorize him as African American.
I ain't heard that, boy. You got to send me that video.
What does it say on his birth certificate? Because he was born in America. He was born in America. He was categorized as African American.
Well, his daddy from King.
I know that, but listen what I'm saying.
He wasn't born in America.
Yeah, he was. He wouldn't have been able to be president, bro. They say he was born in Africa. Or born in Hawaii, I mean.
Yeah, Hawaii.
That's America.
Damn, check this out. Real quick, check this out. In 2018, Donald J. Harris, Kamala Harris' father, said in an essay that he is the descendant of Hamilton Brown, an Irishman who enslaved people in Jamaica.
Because a lot of Irish, that's where you get the last name, like Donaldson. Yeah, you get a lot of, bro. The Irish, they were in Jamaica heavy. There's a big Irish influence in Jamaica. That's why they drink all that Guinness and all that beer and all that.
Say that again. I missed the point.
It says in 2018, Donald J. Harris, Kamala Harris's father, said in an essay that he is the descendant of Hamilton Brown, an Irishman who enslaved people in Jamaica.
So Kamala Harris's dad wrote in an essay that he is a descendant of a white slave owner that enslaved blacks in Jamaica. So that's the thing. We can't get caught up in where he was born and his skin color, his great-great-granddaddy. But that's what it's meant to do. It's meant for you to feel some type of, oh my God, the first black female vice president. Not you, the ones that are blinded, that don't understand. The ones that don't want to look deep, because they did call Obama an African American and the whole world voted for him. Every African American, why you voting for Obama? Because he's black. He's black. He's black. He's black. He's black. Because he's black. Nah, me neither. We know better, but the masses, the masses I'm talking about, the ones that are caught up in that, oh, he's black, oh, she's black. Why do you think he did it? Why do you think he put her on the ticket to get the black vote?
Exactly.
That's it. He did something, he clearly separated himself from Trump. Trump is a racist dog. He put himself, he's a racist dog, Biden. But now he's not because he got a black woman. He got not just a black person, he got a black woman. So he's no longer sexist. He ain't rubbing on little girls and kissing them on the face. And he's no longer racist.
Wow.
Whatever.
It's all a dog and pony show. It's they call it good optics. It's good for the eyes. When you deal with politics, they use the word optics because they know that it's what people see. That's what it's all about.
Program.
Yeah. What else we got? Anything in class? Anything in class?
Yes, sir. But the questions I have, I don't think I want to put them out because they're a lot of them are in Genesis. And they'll confuse a lot of people. I have to ask some questions.
Okay, we can rap. Yeah, we can rap about it. And then we'll be here all night. Going over Genesis. Yeah, we'll be here all day.
Well, Dawiyad said that was not true.
What?
By research in Stanford University.
What's not true?
That her father, that she wasn't related to Hamilton Brown, I guess.
Hey, at the end of the day, I don't care what her nationality is. Is she trying to teach our people? She's doing more jailing of our people than trying to teach them. So it don't matter her nationality. She's for the white man. She's for his agenda. She's for his society. So her nationality, if she is Israel, she's the wicked of Israel. She's the one. She's the what? The 2/3.
The 2/3.
That's gonna get cut the hell off. So that's why the scriptures also say, "Be not caught up in vain genealogies or endless genealogies." Right? What else? You said we had something online? Nothing online? It's 5. Listen, let's end it here so we can get out to the streets. Y'all know if y'all got questions, VA.
Can I say this?
And we'll be back on Monday. What's that?
Trump said there ain't gonna be no vote this year. He's gonna be from the post office. He's jacking the election.
He would do that too, huh?
He said it a
He
couple
would
times.
jack the election and hijack the post office and destroy the mail-in ballot. Bro, I don't put nothing past that man.
The post office already said it's gonna be late getting all the voters counted.
Oh yeah.
He ain't going nowhere.
Trump is gonna get reelected.
Thank you. He ain't going nowhere.
And all it's gonna be is more black people getting killed. Biden will get elected and it's gonna be black people getting killed.
Thank you.
Because no matter what, they all are the same. They are the same. One is a horse, one is a donkey, and one is an elephant. One is red, one is blue. They have the same agenda.
What does them mean?
Them?
I know what it means. I just want to hear.
Oh, wait, Democrats?
When they say them.
Oh, them.
When they say them.
Oh, them is all.
Mean?
That's all of them, yeah.
Thank you. So why did the Lord say he called them the border of wickedness?
Yeah, it's all of them. Them. The Democrats, that's all of them.
There you go.
Witchery and witchcraft. So, I mean, you shouldn't be worried about... this is the thing. We just read, no weapon formed against us shall prosper. If we're trying to live in righteousness. Kamala Harris, I didn't know about her until she got elected.
Right, I didn't know about her either.
I don't care. I know about Biden because I used to live in Delaware. So you would hear about Biden as the governor, and he was a beast. And then obviously, he was the vice president. I don't care about these people, man. They have no bearing on my life. They don't. They can't even come up with a stimulus package for their people. So, anyhow, let's end it here. My birth certificate says color. Damn, does it really?
Yeah. And you know, that's not changed every 10 years.
That was Dawiyad that said that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, at that time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Color, white bathroom. Why am I saying that?
I wonder if mine says. I wonder what mine says.
I don't even know what mine says. I ain't never seen it, but
Huh.
I just feel like the sky.
All the
Well, listen.
Latinos in the 70s, they all said white.
Really? Oh. Wow.
Light skin.
See what I'm saying? Turn y'all into the white man. All right, well, listen, we'll end it here. We're Imagim Wapanya Kwadam. Let's rise and face the east. Let's close it out with these prayers. That way we can hit these strizneets.
Where we going?
We gotta do it quick. Gotta eat, pack. I wasn't trying to go this long. But hey.
Hey, my question switch over.
Nah, bro, it was actually a good question because it was asked last week. No, it was a good question. It was asked last week.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Babakashan.
Babakashan.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Salak Shemai.
Shemai.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Right now.
Right now.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Wa Alahayim.
Wa Alahayim.
Shamar Al.
Shamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapad.
Rapad.
Samak.
Samak.
Magun.
Magun.
Chazak, Ha'aim, Yashar Allah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, spiritual powers, and forgive us of all our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Wada. Aman.
And what he said in the beginning was, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel.
Right? Rakata Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa Av. Talanawa. Hatawara.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakata Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa Av. Talanawa. Award. Ara'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakata Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa Av. Talanawa. Ha'ayom. Korah. Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakata Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa Av. Talanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashat. Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if anybody wants to get anointed, we can do the anointing at the end. This is wait, am I missing a page? Can I see it?
Yeah, you are flipping.
I am missing a page.
Yeah, you're missing Psalms.
Not 92. This is Psalms chapter 92. Wow. It is a good thing. To give thanks unto Yahweh. And to send praise unto thy name. O Most High. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy word. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that day shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, Yahweh, thine enemies shall perish. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire and mine enemies. And mine ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. This is Psalm chapter 133. Shayar, Amalawat, Madawad, Ana, Matawab, Wamad, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Matawab, Al-Hara'ash, Yarad, Al-Hazakwan, Zakwan, Al-Haran, Shayarad, Al-Payah, Madawakiwad, Katol, Haramun, Shayarad, Al, Harayah, Tizayawan, Kaya, Shum, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Hayayam, Aid, Ha'aywalam, Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water? Kamyad? Aman? Circle up. Remember, we're starting, for everybody online, if you want to join, we're doing a juice fast starting tomorrow night until Thursday night, sundown. Tomorrow sundown, Sunday to Thursday sundown. Just 4 days.
All the way to Thursday?
Yeah, just 4 days. Juice, salads. Don't try to juice burgers and drink Alfredo sauce, nothing like that. We ain't doing that. Juices, straight juices. All right, so
Like what, right there?
yeah, or you can blend your own juices. And then remember, we got this kids class on Monday for the teens, the young adults. So make sure they tune in.
That's right.
All right, call it.
Israel, Aymayim. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Rakadam.
Kuma Shirala!
Kumya Shara.
Kuma Shirala!
Kumya Shara.
Kuma Shirala!
Kumya Shara.
Time. Let's turn and face the sisters. Go ahead and call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, Aymayim. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh Matah, hands down. Dismiss.
You know, my first trip, they put niggas.
Hey, Father, guess
Let's
what?
say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all back Monday.
You heard?
You said what?
They put niggas on me.
Hey, Father, guess what?
Hey, go tell Jessa to come here real quick. Tell her to get the... No, I didn't want you to yell. Hey, stay up here real quick. No, stay up here real quick. I need to anoint this little kid.
Who get it on?
My son, you need to be anointed? Let's do it real quick. I can't. My rip can hold it. My rip can hold it.
I want it to hold.
You can hold it.
Great Thanksgiving, you can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is bluffing. That's why I hit the booth and I tell the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? Homie, where's your fruit? If the Most High is your rock, don't treat him like a side piece. Come in this truth plan and treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you want to fly or do you keep the Bible on cop? The Most High is my rock.
TK.
Rock. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. In the name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. Yeah. The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on cop. The Most High is my rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling.